and a collaborative part in these solutions. I would say even more that they are key in tackling and solving most of the problems regarding climate change. And to do so, we need to understand that the problems, but we need the knowledge. And talking about knowledge, we are talking about, in the beginning, of data to produce the knowledge. And there is a well-known quote that says that if you can't measure, you can improve it. You can't improve it. And this is absolutely true, and in several different areas, in cities, in countries, in governments, in businesses, everywhere. And for me, I'm especially because I'm a politician today, but I'm also I have an engineer background. I have the problem. I need the data to decide, and without the data, I cannot decide. And I'm always telling this to my teams that you need to show me the data in order to have a decision. So to solve the difficult problems with very accurate decisions, this is only possible if you have the ability to get the right amount of data, and more important than that, to transform it in a useful information and to produce really interesting and useful knowledge to support your decisions. This is one of the roles, let's say, of the digital in this transformation in the cities, and that's why it's so important, the digital part, to collect the data that otherwise wouldn't be possible. And we are now very used to a lot of the things that we have in our world. But if you look back and if you think about all the information that would be lost if we don't have the cameras to analyze the traffic and to count the vehicles, the valuable data that we get from public transport usage, the data from energy consumption that Miguel was mentioning, or the production capability in the buildings, the environmental sensors to measure pollution, noise, temperature, etc. But also other things that come from data, the social media data to measure trends and hot topics, reports about citizens, about their problems and needs. Well, there is a lot of things that we now are common to all of us that have all the data in between. As you may know, the mitigation and adaptation measures of the cities in order to tackle climate change, they involve not only the change of cultural mindset of people, in daily consumption, in decisions on mobility, on the way people separate their wastes, but also on structural decisions of the municipality, governments, and the companies capable of producing real change on CO2 emissions and to work on the resilience of the territory to reduce the impact of climate change. And to solve this, we need to make changes in several aspects. First, we need the way we move in mobility, the way we produce energy, how we use it in buildings, on water usage, you mentioned also, on the way we consume, so food, beverage, clothes, everything, textile, it's a big issue, and the way, of course, we treat our waste. So to produce concrete, to produce concrete actions, it is absolutely critical to monitor and to have the data to support the decisions, but also to measure the results in order to, this is a feedback loop and you have to continue improve. So we need to continue have and use the digital and with the support of the technology.
Great, thank you, Philippe. Jorn, what's your view?
Thank you, Miguel. And I think I'm quite aligned with Felipe. And I think the way we see our cities, so maybe to situate that a bit, as Global Covenant of Mayors, we're home to more than 10,000 cities, to more than 900 million people worldwide. But there's, of course, an enormous diversity in the type of cities. And what we've seen last year is not only with the pandemic, the advantages and disadvantages of working in a digital way, but also the fact that due to the pandemic, it's not only about climate mitigation and adaptation anymore. We see that cities are facing a lot of challenges that all come together. And cities are indeed those places where all those challenges become tangible, but where people also start to look for solutions. What can we experiment with? What can we pilot, and how can we scale it up? And I think there, for me, data, as Felipe said, it's not only about supporting decisions and measuring the result or the impact, it's also to manage this complexity, because we've been talking for more than 2 decades about this triple bottom line where we can find really the Venn diagram of the ecologic, the economic, and the social. I think now is the time or the momentum that we as a policy maker should think on where can we find the co-benefits if we invest the money in the months and year to come, that will generate value, not only on the mitigation and adaptation side, but also within this idea of a just transition, within this idea of a green recovery, that we can invest the money in actions that deliver impact on those three different levels. And I think their data and digital enablers will help to embrace this complexity, to manage it, but also to give us a cue in not only collecting data, but indeed, if we want to go to monitoring and impact, to really see how can we make the data actionable. We've seen a lot of cities either that struggle to get the right data, or we try to help them from a GCOM point of view to use globally downscaled data or proxy data so that they at least can determine their priorities, but at the same time also help them with tools to have a better understanding what they can do with the data, how they can benchmark with other cities that are facing the same challenge, and to really translate this data into actionable knowledge that is understandable not only to policymakers, but also to all the other stakeholders that are involved in coming up with solutions. So I think we are at a unique time to see we have so many information. How can we make that best actionable so that we can really leverage policy making to have the best outcome in the challenging year and month to come?
Thank you, Jorn. Martin.
Thank you, Miguel, and good afternoon to everybody. I also I'm very much aligned with the thoughts of you, Miguel, and Felipe and John. I think also when I come in from the ESPAN perspective, where we look at the socioeconomic and environmental issues through a territorial lens, it's also important to highlight that even though, I mean, Felipe mentioned that the cities make up 2% of the landmass, it's also important to highlight that despite the fact the circumstances in each city are very diverse and different when we talk about exposure to climate change in general or extreme weather events, whether we talk about sensitivity in terms of population, economic activities, concentration of infrastructure, whether we talk about adaptive capacity or the mitigation actions, policies, and strategies. So therefore, it's very important to also highlight the importance of place-based approach when we talk about these issues, even though there are joint and actions, common strategies needed, especially on the mitigation side when we talk about, especially when we link the technology side to the climate debate. I think when talking about the data dimension, I think to add just to the previous discussion, I think it's also very useful to have the data, and especially on a granular level. Although we in ESPAN, we mostly work at pan-European analyses where we are dealing with a lot of proxy data and a lot of regional data to help us benchmark to understand the general trends, what is happening and where. It is also crucial to have the data at the different levels and the actions at the different levels. And just to add to the previous points, I think especially when we talk about neighborhood or district data, the importance there is that we also need to think about how to create the necessary community buy-in for very specific programs and interventions, so actions on the ground. So after all, citizens are also a critical piece of the puzzle, and I think the buy-in is very crucial. Also, perhaps a personal experience. I mean, currently I can monitor my energy consumption on a dashboard. So this has also had an impact on my own energy consumption. So this is a good example, I think, where a small piece of data can deliver.
Okay, thanks you all for your thoughts. let's try to use all your thinking around these, and let's try to apply these to a use case. Let's call it like that, or a test bed, or to a concrete city, which is Oporto, where I'm Portuguese, as you know, so I know that I'm kind of close to Oporto. I really know that Philippe's team has been doing lots of things regarding this specific subject. So maybe I would hand over to you, Philippe, maybe you can share a bit with us. What are the more relevant things that you think it's interesting for our audience on your sustainability agenda and the role of data and all of this topic?
Very good. Thanks, Miguel. Well, let me pick up the last words from Martin, because it's good I think there are studies that show exactly when you have a dashboard to understand exactly what you are consuming, that you change your behaviors. And so there is quite an important example that you give. But let me just pick up the energy side, because it's a very important topic in Europe for the upcoming years. And well, I'm talking from a country that is on the tail of Europe in terms of energy poverty. So we are the fourth in the back. So we have a lot to do in energy poverty. And I would say that for me, as I envision the cities, is to have a Martin that is looking to its dashboard, but is consuming energy from his neighbor that is producing more energy than he needs. And so Martin has energy that has less loss, because it's very near, and it's renewable energy. So I just wanted to give this vision, because I think this will change definitely cities, and it's something that we have to achieve. It's a lot regarded with the energy communities, a hot topic that we are working on Porto. I just changed a municipal company. The municipal company of water now manages another utility that is energy. So I just put the two together. So we are doing a huge effort on this side. But I would say that, well, Porto is currently stressing one thing. It's very important to collaborate. That's why the Covenant of Mayors is so important. We have to all learn from each other. I'm always eager to learn from others and to copy from others if it's good examples. Always saying that, because I think it's very important. We have to move fast. We don't have enough time to do it all again by ourselves. On the digital side, for example, we'll work with the OASC, with the Open and Agile Smart Cities, to have all the knowledge from other cities that we can move much faster on this topic. So Porto is doing a lot on the reduction side from the CO2 emissions. Of course, we want to do much better, and we want to accelerate. But maybe I can try to give some examples about the data. Now we use data to change things in a drastic way. Let's say using the public service to give the example. First of all, the municipal fleet. We have a lot of cars. The city, to manage the city, our fleet is somehow big. It's like a big company. And in 2017, we wanted to change from diesel to electric, but we had to study. So we gathered the data that we had from GPS, 4 years of data. We studied, and we conclude that we could have this transition in 99% of the fleets. We currently have 70 something of the fleet electric or hybrid plug-in, and we only have 75 because the other were not possible to, at that time, to find solutions in the market. There were not cars available for that type of work. But all the policemen, for example, in the city, uses electric cars, something that in the beginning it was a bit of strange. So data was very, very important at that time. Other examples are, for example, the economic sustainability criteria that we use to support the new metro lines. We are currently starting the construction of a new metro line that will serve areas that are very dense, so more than 5,000 inhabitants per square kilometer. But according to the studies, these new lines will boost an increase of 20% of the passengers. So we will take a lot of cars from the city, and all the change in mobility that we need is very important that is done using all the data that we need. So we are doing other things in the digital that are very important. So we currently change, for example, all our heavy fleet of waste collection to a more sustainable solution. So a big, and usually we do it like in the fleet of the cars, we change it totally. So the impact is one shot and it's very, very, very fast. But for example, the drivers of these trucks, they have an app, and they are, when they are moving through the city, they are pointing the problems that they see. So we are much more efficient to solve the problems so they are gathering the data. So we are much more efficient when we are coping with them, with these problems. So we reduce a lot of the number of cars that we need, the trucks that we need, using this kind of data and technology that we change. Another sector that is important, just to give you a last example, is, for example, the waste sector. A big issue in Europe, as you know. Well, although we are, in terms of the world, we are an example, let's say. But, for example, just to look to the organic collection, that we have to move much faster. We know that, for example, from getting this data, that door-to-door collection improves the recycling ratio from 40 to 60. That's the data that we have now in Porto. So all the managing of the waste is all today done gathering a lot of data. We know the amount of data that the truck is carrying. We know everything. So in a business intelligence model, so we can decide it correctly. So there is a lot of examples. These are just a few, but they are critical to fight immobility and waste and something, what the challenges that we have ahead.
Tell one thing, Philippe, still on you. What are the first question, do you think that there is a bigger awareness now than it was in the past? And so you think it's easier now to implement these kinds of measures than what it was in the past? So do you feel there is a big openness for that or not? Do you see some resistance? And what do you think are the biggest challenges for a city like Oporto in order to accelerate this?
Well, first of all, definitely, I'm city councillor from 2013. That's more or less how I met Jorn in his previous life some time ago. I'm definitely from 2013 until now, I see a huge change on the awareness of the population, the governments. Everyone is much more aligned, definitely. So this is good. Although I must stress that I'm a bit concerned right now with the current moment that we are facing. Truly, the pandemic has put a lot of pressure on the part of the just and fair transition, and we have to take it very seriously. Otherwise, we will not be able to talk about climate or data to people when they have other and much more important problems to solve. So that's a big problem and challenge that I think we all face in the upcoming years. And let me say that I think there is a huge, the cities, they collaborate a lot, much more than governments. And I think cities, they can lead this change. And I think what we have right now is less buzz, less marketing, and much more solutions and effectively changing something in the cities or in the people's life. And when I see this happening, what it shows is that we are in the correct way, and I think things will accelerate. So the important part is, if you are talking about energy, you have to be solving the problem of energy. Somehow you have to change the life. We have to be, we can do proof of concepts, we can do small things, but we have to make it things changing faster. We don't have enough time. That's one of the things that made it also accelerate.
Thanks, Philippe. I think we have a municipality perspective. Let's go for an European perspective on measurement. I don't know, Martin, you and Espont, you have been involved in several European projects around, of course, digital acceleration, also on measurement. If you need to give some your vision on what should be measured European level in order to accelerate, in order to better use data in order, I would say, to accelerate the climate action? What would be your view based on your experience on working to, I would say, several cities and benchmarking and whatever?
Indeed, over the years, we have invested a lot of effort and resources to better understand climate change related issues in particular, but since we are grasping all sorts of socioeconomic and environmental issues, they certainly have a climate change dimension in them. I think it is important to consider the measurement at different levels, because we, especially when we are talking about the European context, this multi-level governance is especially important when we are talking about policy and investment. So our main objective is to understand what is happening in the European territory, to help cities and regions to benchmark themselves against one another, and also to help steer policies such as the cohesion policy, for example, so that the investment should be targeted and place specific to the set of circumstances. I would also advocate that when we are talking about any sort of measurement, it is important to address it holistically. So when we talk about climate change, to understand what are the hazards, what is the situation with sensitivity, are we able to adapt to the new realities? On another hand, also to deal with this holistically. So I think there it is also a clear linkage between the digital and climate discussions, because I think since climate change doesn't care about the sectoral nature of our policy intervention, that is the current reality, I think digital transformation helps us to break a little bit these silos. And you mentioned also interoperability in the beginning. I think this is also a key issue, how we link together the different departments and sectors to one conform action. I mean, Felipe was mentioning the importance of energy sector, but when we're talking about, let's say, moving towards smart grid or more decentralized energy supply system that is fed also by renewables, we need to make sure that it cannot be done by the energy sector alone. The housing needs to be part of the discussion, the transportation, the utilities, the infrastructure. Everything needs to be able to connect and to help achieve the mutual goals. And there, if the data is able to move between the different departments, it is certainly important. What is also important is to facilitate the cooperation between cities. And I think perhaps going back to the survey you presented, I think in terms of plausibility, especially it is important that cities, even though I was also talking about that the 2% represents a very diverse set of circumstances, I think the common goal should be to generate this market where also investors come on board to deliver the solutions on a wider scale, and also make sure that the adequate market will ensure also that these technologies will be more and more affordable, as we have seen with solar panels, or as we have seen with the wind turbines, where the prices have reduced drastically over the last 10 years or so. So I think overall measurement is very important. The methodology should be applied the same, but we are dealing with different set of measurements when we are talking about the different scales. So for example, at European scale, we are quite broad, but then when we move to the city or district level, it gets very, very complicated and complex.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Martin. Jorn, moving now to you. So we had the municipality perspective. Now I would say more European one. Now let's go to a global perspective, or let's go to one dimension of the global perspective, taking into account you have contact with hundreds of cities from all over the world. What's your, and we always discuss the data and the digital. Usually we tend, at least in Europe, to discuss it taking into account we are in average kind of developed countries. How do you see the developing countries? How do you see the developing countries managing data, taking into account that sometimes they don't have so much capacity to invest and how do you see them using data in order to on the challenge of adaptation to the climate change? What's your view on the developing countries? The main challenges, main objectives, main experiences, whatever you may share with us.
I think there's two elements I want to share. There's one, a better understanding of the challenge. And as you mentioned, the situation in a number of regions in the world could be totally different from other ones. And in Europe, we often talk about the mitigation challenge because it's something with our society or industry we built up over the decades, and we tried to now limit our emissions. When you go to regions like Latin America, Africa, Australia, you also see that the impacts of climate change when it comes to adaptation, they're already visible. Challenges like flooding, hazards, also heat and things like that, they're really visible and present there. So what we did from the Global Covenant of Mayors point of view is to try and have a better regional understanding. What are the largest priorities for different regions, and to see where can we help by providing data if it's not available, because a lot of regions, as you mentioned, indeed, they struggle to find good data. And it doesn't always mean they need all the details. Sometimes they are helped with downscaled data from global sources to at least know what are priority challenges, where should we first invest in, and not only invest financially, but also in terms of policy making. This will also allow us to see what is still missing, because we developed a climate action journey. I think this is nothing new, but to also better understand where are cities in their journey. Are they in the understanding phase? Are they implementing? Are they monitoring? Are they re-evaluating? To also see what do they need at every part of the journey, and to then better connect them to both data, tools, but also be able to benchmark. What Felipe brought up is right, of course. We don't have time enough to all do the same experiments and to have the same pilots. So it's also a matter of how can we functionally link regions and cities within those regions so that they can in time learn from each other. A copy paste is not always that easy, but at least can tweak a best practice to their local situation, not to lose time and have the same experiments again. And I think the tweaking is also important to see what are regional contexts. And that there we come to what has been brought up by Martin and Philippe as well, is the local situation on working with many stakeholders. The specific culture and DNA of a city in a region, to know what kind of policy making is needed. How do we involve stakeholders? What is the language and the storytelling we use? And I think all these elements together, well, there's many different types of data linked to that. And I think there it's also important, and I like the example of Martin with just the dashboard to understand better your energy consumption, is to also, for me, the role of education and communication to create a better sustainability literacy or data literacy, so that we at least have a better common platform on sharing knowledge, on sharing experience, in talking about the challenge and finding each other. Also from a public-private point of view, like what is needed, how can we all contribute, and how can we also disclose information from one region to another. But as you said, it will be always tailor-made work, because no region is the same. And I think they're having regionally specific data where we can better go to what is priority and what is really needed will help to better solve the challenge.
Great. Thanks for your point of view. I would like to take advantage of the rest of the time that we have. We have like 17 minutes to try to make it actionable. Let's say. Let's talk about actions. So I would like to make a round two. Maybe we start now by Martin, then Johan, then Philippe. So we change the order. I would like you to tell our audience if you need to give like 3 recommendations or 4 recommendations. What are the more relevant things that you would like to recommend to our, I would say, to our organizational leaders or city leaders as the more relevant things that they should do in order to accelerate this battle through data, of course, because data is the topic of this session.
Well, I think the first recommendation that I would give would be to be more bold to our leaders. I think to take action and to lead the charge, especially when it comes to developing the necessary markets that are needed when we link the digital and climate together. There is a urgent need to create these markets where this change would happen, so the investors would come aboard and to drive the costs for this transformation down. So I think bold actions are needed, and we see this also happening across Europe in many cities. For example, Oslo is a good example where they have significantly reduced or they have significantly increased public transport usage, but also the usage of electric cars, for example, through incentivizing the purchase of these types of vehicles, but also incentivizing the mobility itself. So meaning that if you have an electric car, for example, you can use the bus lane when you are commuting in and out of the city and so on. So I think and this has also had an impact on the overall car sales and also have gotten the investors on board. When we talk about this European perspective and the investments, the huge investments, and especially now with this recovery and resilience facility, I think it's important to have a very more place-based and more holistic and integrated approach in our policies and investments to see how the climate policies are reflected in the different sectoral policies, so that we are on track with our goals. And thirdly, I think at the city level, and where also the data comes very much into play, is how to better link the sectoral departments or the silos or the agencies together for joint action. So to repeat what I was already going through, so that, for example, the manufacturing, service, trade, transport, and waste management can form seamless circular economies, so that housing and infrastructure, utilities, transport can help deliver smart grids and decentralized energy systems, for example. Thank you.
Great. Jorn, your view, recommendations for our audience.
I think it's a traditional one in these debates, and it's of course nice to go first, because I think I agree with everything that Martin said. For me, important, and coming back to the beginning of the discussion, we live in challenging times, but it's also, I think we should embrace complexity. We will have to tackle COVID and the aftermath of the pandemic. We will need to think about green recovery. We will also need to think about mitigation and adaptation. So important there is to really understand, if we move to action, how can we create multiple wins by investing in a number of things. And to make that more concrete, we see a lot of cities that, as cities are growing, will be investing in urban planning, spatial design, and many cities asking, like, with this current pandemic, how would it have an effect on cities? And I think it's too early to tell. The only thing I know is that spatial planning is such a slow process that if we can redesign cities using spatial planning to tackle both a just transition, but also think about spatial planning in terms of how do we combine living, mobility, the energy system, whether it's centralized, decentralized, as a holistic approach, knowing that we can only invest once. So the moment we lose any co-benefits by looking at a challenge in a two-sided way, we're just missing opportunities. And I think there, Philippe also referred to the scale and time. We talked about the Paris Agreement goals towards 2050. It means that 30 years from now, when I look from a Belgian perspective, on local level, a political term is 6 years. It means that we have 5 decision moments left to come up with this climate neutral or climate positive future. But 5 decision moments is really just such a short time to know what are the key decisions you're going to make to arrive at this climate neutral or climate positive future. And then you better think twice on what is the right scale, the right measures I should take to really arrive at that envisioned future. A second element linked to that is to indeed involve all the stakeholders. And just before the pandemic, we had all those youth movements, the climate marches, and of course they've been, it's only a couple of months ago, but due to this COVID crisis, we almost forget that there was really a global movement asking for more ambition, more leadership. And I think there the European Green Deal is still a really good example of taking that leadership, using a mission approach, saying like, we want to really raise the bar and move towards this climate neutral future. And I think the role of the young generation, and I come back to the role of education there as well, is really important, I think, to leverage all efforts in terms of, it's not only for bioengineers, it's not only for engineers as such, it comes to sociology, it comes to law school, it comes to engineers, it comes to journalists. I think they should all be equipped with the skills and the narrative to talk about this complex challenge and to find them also later in professional life to see how can we better interact and how can we come to a coherent story that is able to live up to the challenge we face. And I think at the end of the day, it's also a human challenge. And I understand that a dashboard will help you to better grasp your energy consumption. But if you're at the end of the day as a human also not committed to say like, I just want to do this because we don't have really another option, I think it's a personal commitment that we should feel like we should be united in tackling these challenges, finding ourselves on both personal and professional level. And I think this integrated approach is one of the keys to really make it possible by 2050.
Great. Philippe, your view?
Well, well, totally agree with Jorn and Martin, and let me say that at Porto we are totally aligned with the European strategy, with the Green Deal, with the renovation wave, with digital transformation. I would say that I didn't mention, but we worked a lot on the urban platforms where we act as a neutral operator or broker of data. So it's also a good example of how we combine sets of data coming from different perspectives. But I would say that to give some visions, let's say, some positions that we would like to see it happen is that we have an opportunity, and the opportunity of this recovery is that every euro that is invested in the recovery should be an euro that is contributing to the green and digital transformation of the Europe and the world. And this is crucial if we want to accelerate to a more sustainable world, and we have to be very strong in making this happening, as I mentioned, to invest very wisely. We are also facing a problem that already existed before the COVID-19 pandemic, and unfortunately it will still be here after it. So like Martin has said, we have to be bold. We have to act now together, collaborating, and respecting the planet as our common home. And to finish, I would stress again the people. They must be involved and they have to support in this process. And especially now that we are definitely passing really difficult times, we cannot lose the focus, and that we should explain that all this is done for them to solve concrete problems that affect their lives, and we have to make it happen as a fair and just for all. And without this, I'm afraid we will lose the support that I was talking before, that was growing since 2013 until now. And I'm really afraid right now that without explaining correctly what we are doing, that we lose this support. So people are the key to keep. And I liked a lot the image that Jorn brought to us. I will use it if you allow me. That is the 5 elections until 2050. In Portugal, it will be 7, a bit more. But the truth is that it's not far away. It's very close to us already, and and we have to do it. 2015, we cannot fail. Okay.
Great. We have like 5 minutes, so I could pose one more question or two more. I won't do that. Let's try to I will just give you some closing remarks. Davor is already also with us, so we may bridge to the next session. And also, we never breathe between calls, so maybe we can breathe 1 minute or something like that, and it for sure it will be good. I think that it was a very interesting conversation. Unfortunately, we could not be together, but we will in some months. Fortunately, we will get there. Thank you for participation. For participating. I would say that we all agree that cities are critical on the sustainability agenda. We all also agree that there is an awareness that it's critical. I would say that we are on several debates. We all are, and if we were 2 years ago, the sustainability agenda will be the green people. Now it's in the core of everyday life of our organization. So people are aware, and things are being done. And of course, data is critical. And I heard some things like we may use data for action. That's one of the things that were more stressed. Everything that gets measured improves. Data to regulate, data to predict, data to mitigate, data to understand, data to optimize. One thing that was also very stressed is we need to copy. We need to copy things in order to be escalated. Even data, we need to be more open when sharing data from one city to the other, or models that one is using that the others could also use. Now on the recommendations, I would say be bold. We only have one opportunity, so let's try to be bold. Let's do it well at the first time, because we won't have a lot of time. And the thing here is we are talking about our lives. It's not our organizations, it's about our lives, our kids, the future of generations. Then we discussed a lot around holistic. So holistic view on Europe, holistic when we are talking about our municipality, making sure that our departments talk to each other. Holistic when involving our communities, important to involve our community. We also talked about co-creation and the need to co-create with the people and involve the community. If not, the results will not be achieved. And two last comments. We should take advantage of every euro, make sure the euro is well spent. That was the last question I could pose, is if you had opinions about funding, but I will not pose that because we won't have time, as you know. And the last thing I would stress is, like, we should not lose the opportunity, because we may have it just once. And I wish you all a great afternoon. And I would hand over to Davor, that is already here to bridge. To close and to bridge, I think.
Yes, exactly. And no rush. I just kind of show up.
No, but we are on time. We are okay.
How it goes, and I see. Thanks, Miguel, for running an excellent session. I knew I could count on you to tackle a big topic with big guests as well, who are each kind of masters of their domain and understanding that problem, but from each different angle. So I think it was a really, really good discussion. There's this shared sentiment of, what used to be urgency. I think, there is a certain universality, connectedness that has been created due to this global pandemic. So I think let's try and carry that forward. And, on that note, take some positive things out of it. So yeah, thanks again to the speakers for granting us with their time and so forth. So it was a real pleasure to hear about that. I also see that there's a lot of work to do. It's quite inspiring. Also, like, of course, I've been involved with the whole program and kind of taking some bits left and right, and there's a real red thread, more than other editions of kind of finding each other and finding these tools in which to collaborate, in which the notion of sharing and the kind of the trade-off, of course, that comes with that, but to increase a common value and so forth. I think more than even COVID, I think the climate is the topic where we need to be doing that, because there's only one place. So thanks again for a great session. It was wonderful. The next session remains kind of on the climate topic. So we have a group of people who have been running the pre-commercial procurement project called AI for Cities, where they're looking to do the pre-commercial procurement based on AI of solutions that can help with climate change mitigation on the city level. So it is moderated by ICLEI. I'll let them do the introductions also of the other speakers. I hope it interests you as well, the speakers, of course, to join us maybe also in that session. But without eating up any of their time, I'll now say bye to this group and see you on the other side for the audience. Thanks, bye, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everyone. I don't know if I need to start again, but I just will, in case you didn't hear me before. My name is Josephine. I work for ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability, and I'm very happy to be moderating the session today on urgent innovation wanted, and if we can use AI for carbon neutrality in cities. I am very happy to introduce you to this excellent team of speakers, part of the AI for Cities project. With me is Anja Reimann, who's a project manager on urban innovation at the City of Amsterdam. Then we have Thijs Hupschman-Petersen, who is an innovation project manager in the Copenhagen City for Properties, Financial Management and Procurement. Thijs is with us, unfortunately without a video, but he is here. And then we have, last but not least, Kaisa Sibelius, who is the project coordinator of AI for Cities, working at Forum Virium Helsinki. All right, so welcome everyone. And we have 30 minutes to kind of dive deeper into the topic of procurement, artificial intelligence, and carbon neutrality in cities. Now, really, what inspired this session? Because we are in a project and it's great, and we are kind of really collaborating a lot, and the topic seems quite novel to kind of combine procurement and AI and carbon neutrality. And really the umbrella question inspiring this is, can procurement kind of solve this? Does it make sense to have a PCP connected to innovation in really a time of crisis and in a time of a global climate emergency that calls for this rapid innovation? So I'm really curious to hear from each one of you, and I'll just call on Anja to start. Kind of, what's your underlying kind of approach as Amsterdam? Why is this kind of approach relevant?
Yeah, thank you, Josephine. Yeah, hi everyone. It's nice to be able to speak about what we've been doing so far with AI for Cities. I think it's very relevant that we're doing this because, well, the topic needs, or the challenge that we have at the moment needs new solutions which are not there yet. And this method, pre-commercial procurement method that we're using here makes sense because we want to create a market where there are no solutions yet in the market. So then it makes sense that we use our challenge that we have with the governments and bring that to the market and let them come up with solutions that then is available for everyone to buy in the end. So for us, this is very relevant and also a good method to use for this topic.
Thank you, Anja. Perhaps Thijs, what's the kind of what was the starting point for Copenhagen? Why were you kind of keen to engage procurement in this way?
Thanks, Josephine, and hello, everybody. I think from the standpoint of Copenhagen City Properties, whom I represent today, we are the municipal property administrator. And to sort of start from the top, the city of Copenhagen, as many of you probably know, has got this ambitious climate action plan to reach carbon neutrality by 2025. And within this plan, the public buildings plays a significant, or well, a role as well, to say that we are targeted with a 40% energy reduction by 2025 compared to 2010. The municipal buildings are obviously not the largest amount of the city, so one of the other roles for public buildings in this regard is to showcase solutions and be a lighting beacon from the private sector in the city as well. And with this relatively ambitious reduction target of 40%, we realized that conventional means will not get us all the way. We can do a lot with upgrading mechanics, re-insulate roofs and change light bulbs and all of the stuff. But to really sort of get moving, we will need to look into to the future, to say it a little bit popular. So I think innovation in collaboration with companies was identified as a necessity to be able to at least try and reach that goal that we've got roughly 5 years.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time, is it? And yeah, maybe in a moment I'll get back to you and ask you a bit more why AI, why was that decision made? But I also want to hear from Kaisa, your perspective from Helsinki, kind of why did you choose to tackle carbon neutrality using technology and procurement as a mechanism?
Well, maybe my explanations and reasons are same than other ones. That Helsinki has also started to create and list it and that kind of climate actions, and one way to achieve those targets is to learn and find new solutions which can faster perhaps these targets, or achieve those targets earlier, or even find the solutions to achieve them, because some of them are just can be only in that kind of good ideas at the moment, and they need to be solved. And Helsinki would like to be carbon neutral by 2035. So we have a little bit more time, but not so much. And to achieve those targets, we have to scale up and have a bigger volumes to do those interventions.
Also, yeah, sorry to interrupt. So bigger volume scaling up, is that also coming from the project's perspective, a reason why so many cities are part of the consortium and kind of collaborating to build solutions?
I hope that everybody wants to achieve as effective solutions and technologies as possible. Now we don't know, but one of our targets and selection criteria is that companies or consortiums can explain and show that how much their solution will reduce those CO2 emissions, and have some kind of, in the beginning, of course, it's more or less like a guess, but anyway, that they have to be convince us that their solution and idea is doable.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Thijs, I really want to ask you again about that. Why artificial intelligence? Why is that of interest? Why is that the next step for Copenhagen and not another approach? Maybe you can elaborate a bit on that.
Yes, definitely. And apologies for I seem to have some issues with connectivity, so bear with me if I suddenly disappear.
Sure.
From the perspective of using AI, it's also a question of what's the logical next step for a building operator in terms of reaching energy savings, so to say. We've spent quite a few years on, first of all, establishing energy monitoring systems, so all of our public buildings' energy consumption are available on a single platform. Following this streamlining of building management systems and logging of information from these systems. So you could imagine pump pressure, temperatures, cubic meters of air moved, engine run times, and so forth. All of this information coming from the management systems. With all of this data that it's impossible to sort of analyze at large scale, artificial intelligence seemed like, at least some concepts of artificial intelligence seemed like a logical next step to begin to consider how can we operate our buildings even more efficiently. And what if we want to look into areas such as detachable consumers in the district heating market, for instance, or looking into flexible energy consumption. It's, I think, more power, more calculation power than a human mind or a human analytic can do is needed to realize these potentials.
Right.
So I think that's one of the reasons that's pretty key to this. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Thijs. And for you, Anja, can you kind of share Amsterdam's perspective on that? Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a similar issue or challenge, as Thijs mentioned, with our buildings, to also use artificial intelligence there to manage like the energy usage. But I think one huge opportunity what we're seeing, which actually plays in the mobility but also in the energy challenge of AI for cities, is actually to have all the usage moments in one picture. So you know when is who using what energy, and then connecting it, and to make based on that decisions where we place our infrastructure. Now, for example, charging poles for cars, electric cars, or also for boats, what we also want to do now. And bringing all that, connecting all that with each other, and figuring out how we can get a balance in the grid. So I think that's one huge expectation that we also have from this project, to find like a solution or get one step further in this discussion how you can do that. And I think AI can really help make those decisions in a much smarter way.
And I think also that's interesting now to dive deeper into what is pre-commercial procurement and the field and the novel field of AI for carbon neutrality. I really want to hear your perspective, perhaps starting with Kaisa. Why PCP is suitable here? Why was it interesting to do a PCP that was focused on AI and city sustainability?
Well, maybe the one good reason is that because there is now that there is a data and platforms, and they are more mature and easily more easily available for the developers but this is also area that the procurers, the cities, might not know what is available, what is possible, and this is a learning process for both sides. For the companies, they will learn what are the needs of the city, because perhaps cities are a little bit difficult to achieve or contact for normally, and also the cities will get that in, and also new understanding and new knowledge about that what is available in the market or in that technology way. And yes, we are looking for that solutions which are not on the market yet. So that's the idea of the PCP, that it have to be somehow innovative and something totally new. So before it's eligible to this kind of projects, and this is like a negotiation or conversations between these two partners in a PCP.
Yeah, so to have the buyer and potential suppliers come together. And I mean, the PCP process, it is, in this example of AI for cities, it spans over roughly 3 years, right? So it's quite a long time and a lot of collaboration. And I'm sure if you want to find out more, definitely head to the AI for Cities webpage, everyone in the audience, to really learn more about the different phases that would kind of be too much to dive into now, but perhaps Thijs and Anja, or Kaisa, do you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to add that if you are the audience, someone in audience is interested in, so we have tomorrow afternoon at 2:00 Central European time, we have a webinar, that info webinar about the request for tenders documentation and what's in that, what we are looking for in that call, and that kind of practical thing. So please feel free to join on that webinar tomorrow as well. Oh, sorry.
No worries. It's a good plug. It's good to extend an invitation.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with a bit of a bold statement. And I ask Anja and Thijs, whoever wants to go first, for an initial response. With this PCP process, I mean, as Kaisa described it, it sounds all great and kind of a good tool to use as public buyers. But isn't it too slow? I mean, what I mentioned at the start, we are in an emergency. We need fast, good solutions now. What's your response?
Excellent question. Yeah, Thijs, I can't see you, so I'll take the initiative to go right in and answer from my perspective.
Just go ahead, please.
Thanks. Yeah, that is a very good question, because we had it earlier today in the team about it. Procurement is a tool, a very good tool to bring innovation to your city, and ready, usable innovation if you do it well. But you need to choose the right one. And if you need something right now, maybe PCP might not be, the right tool for it if you need something right now. And I think we have two challenges here. We have in the mobility sector and in the energy sector. And I think the mobility sector, what we've seen in different cities, the market is quite mature. So you already have quite good solutions that you actually can buy, you develop a little bit further, and then you have it. I think we still have a question of standardization. Different cities have different standards. We're still trying to figure that out. If you look in the energy challenge, that actually, they're really have it about market creation. There are not so many off-the-shelf good solutions available yet. You need to develop them, go with the companies to have the solutions ready, and then you can buy them. So I think for the energy part, this is really the right tool because you're looking for a little bit more long term, because right now there's not that much. If you look in the mobility sector, you need to ask yourself, okay, how do you want to take it a step further in this project? Because actually in Amsterdam we are already now looking for stuff that we can buy in the term of 1 or 1.5 years, so faster than within this project. So that's, I think, are the two sides that you have to consider.
It's interesting that sectoral difference then, having the mobility sector quite developed with many solutions out there, and I guess coming from a smart city perspective as well, there's a lot already, and the energy sector maybe not so much. Thijs, your response?
Yes, I think just to expand on what Anja just mentioned, but also to dive into the comments from Kaiser here, that the need for a procurement process and a development process is also quite key, because while there are some solutions for, as mentioned, we work with buildings and building energy efficiency, and there are some solutions for oh, sorry, my kids are just barging into this room. That's one of the joys of working from home these days. Sorry about that. Our need for development, and this is also to try and answer both questions in a sense, that while we do see some solutions on the market that are interesting to us in terms of using AI to try and lower energy consumption, we have not seen anything that's ready for us to just sort of go and purchase as a large building owner, as a large property owner. So we need this kind of development, and also to tailor make something that suits our needs as a large building owner. What data sets are available to us? What machinery are we looking into, or what do we actually want to do? And then to touch upon the question of urgency, while realizing that there's not any ready solutions for us to just go take off the shelf. There is, how to say it, it takes development, and innovation takes time in city administration, and especially in organizations that are so operations focused as we are. We cannot just buy something and then spread it across 2 million square meters of floor space during the course of 6 months. We need a long process for this, for multiple reasons. One is that it needs to be something that works, so we are not sort of harassing our users with half-baked solutions, and excuse my French in this regard. But also that if we want to implement something larger scale, it's quite expensive. So we need to make a proper case to the city administration, seniors and financial people, like, we wish to spend X amount of million euros on this, then we need a proper case, and that just takes time to piece together. Thanks.
And in PCB, the idea is also that there is multiple companies or consortiums doing the same thing, or that solving the same problem. So there is an option, different kind of options and choices for the cities as well. That some of them might suit better to the other city, and some to another one. And also in this project we have two domains. The other one is energy, that we have now talk a little bit more, but and then there's that mobility is the other one, and some cities are more interested in that energy and some of those mobility solutions. So it's also varies that between us in the project, that what are those things that are more relevant for the cities. For example, Tallinn, one of our partners, is very interested about the mobility, and Stavanger as well. So they have needs for that kind of solutions.
Right. So within the project, there are also some differences.
Yes.
Where to focus.
And Josephine, what I want to highlight is a very good point that Thijs mentioned. I think we discussed it also earlier before. AI for cities, because you work together with other cities, the scale is bigger. it allows you indeed to have a test, and then later on you can make your case to your own city government much better. With maybe if you would have done it by yourself, you wouldn't have had the funds to do the test, and then you don't even have a case to argue with. So I think that's an enormous advantage indeed to do it together and combine funding and also get funding from the EU for this. So that definitely is a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the factor you're just mentioning is also an important one, right? That with such a PCP process, it needs a significant amount of funding, and here with the European projects that is given, and of course enables all of us to collaborate and engage the companies in a feasible way. One point I wanted to highlight as well, just kind of looking ahead a bit. I mean, we've been focusing on PCP, but it's not a closed process in that, right? I mean, you mentioned it's more test bed, it's about collaboration, it's about learning, but what comes after? What comes then? Because we don't have solutions that are then, that can be bought by everyone right away.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but please, if you have.
Yeah, sorry, I think an important part here is for the cities to be awake in this process and to describe the correct challenges and to really set the correct assignments to guide these companies in terms of what solutions they are suggesting. I was just about to interrupt you before, Josephine, but I get the chance now that it's not only a sort of a dialogue with the companies, it's also an education of the companies. Because at least from what I've learned participating in this project so far, we get some companies that are really experienced in working with AI when they have access to really streamlined large data sets, such as you could say public procurement data, for instance. When you're talking about the buildings or energy sector, information and specifically data is much more scattered and in different formats. So you really need to talk to these companies and say, okay, this is our reality. We cannot just buy your fancy platform that needs all of the information that we ever had, because it's not available to be crunched like that. So I feel like I'm branching off a little bit here, but the point being that it's a really big assignment for the cities participating in this to describe the correct challenges for this to be efficient.
Anja, do you want to add your perspective on that?
Yeah. Well,
perhaps, one side question: who is involved from Amsterdam in this project? That's, I think, also interesting to know. That's not a one-woman show, right? From Amsterdam.
Yeah, that's true. So we have some time ago we started a chief technology office around our chief technology officer Gerberon that we have in Amsterdam. And by now we have around 120 people that actually work on all kinds of subjects around innovation. And yeah, so with me, actually my colleagues from Smart Mobility are working together with me. I have colleagues from the engineering office that are working together with me, so various colleagues. And in the second year now that we are actually going to work together with the companies, the second phase of this project, actually that will become more, because it's now much more content related. So I need content related experts that are going to sit down with the companies to figure out what exactly are they going to do. And that's actually something what Thijs said. I think that's very nice. Very often the question that the city has is not clear or it's not well made. And then actually you can have a great procurement method, but it won't help you if you don't ask the right question or look for the right thing. So that's actually very important as well to get that right. And you need your team for that. You can't do that alone.
Yeah, so clear call for the right questions to ask and for the space to explore that with the companies. And Kaisa, perhaps you can outline kind of the envisioned, I guess, next phase after PCP. How does that, or how can that look like ideally?
Well, this is the PCP's EU instrument, and then they have an other instrument which is called innovative procurement of it's PPA. It's the PPI is the name of that, and it's the following process or following funding instrument, which means that these solutions which have been developed and pilot and shown that well they works and they are reasonable, can be applied on that project where the partner cities or those who are involved in it are actually looking for to buy something, make the contract with big companies, because unfortunately in PCP, this is just an R&D project, so that doesn't end to the procurement, despite of the name of it. But this is a piloting and that kind of reference for the companies, that they can show that their solution is good and works as it's been planned.
Thank you, Kaisa. Yeah, before asking a final question to all of you or giving you the space for a last comment, I want to highlight that what Kaisa just outlined is one of the key opportunities for other cities and networks to get involved actually as part of AI for Cities. You can become a preferred partner to the project. Mm-hmm. Everything is on the website, or you can reach out to me afterwards to learn more. Now, I have a question, but you can also comment something else. How optimistic are you on a scale from 1 to 5, 1 being, let's see, to 5 being, yes, it will happen, that at the end of AI for Cities, there will be potential solutions that will meet those ambitious carbon neutrality targets of your cities? What's your current expectation? Thijs?
I'll give it a solid 3.8. So I think rather optimistic, because I feel like we've spent quite the amount of energy in asking the right questions or describing the correct challenges, and seeing this as a part of our going forward in some parts of the innovation that we are looking to. So using this as a tool to achieve goals that we, in a sense, already had, and so that provides some hope that we can do something after 2023.
Thank you, Anja.
Yeah, I'll be very positive. I would give it a 5. I mean, the Netherlands is also a little bit, the 100% is only for God. No, so I say 5 because we have a good cooperation between the different cities, and we have a good process, and we are asking the right questions. So I'm very positive that we'll have solutions at the end of this project.
Awesome. And Kaisa, I leave the last word as project coordinator to you.
Yeah, of course, I say 5. And because we start, the plan is that in the first phase, we will select 40 companies. So, and then reduce the number of companies and during the process from the second phase, about 20 companies. And then in the last phase where they are piloting the solutions in at least 2 cities, there will be approximately 6 companies. So I'm pretty sure that some of them at least are good, and they will be interested, have an interest from the cities to go further with the usage and development and make the contract as well in the end. So of course, I believe that we will get a good results from here. And thanks. Yes, as you said, that those other cities who are interested in to follow and also to see that what kinds of solutions are coming up, please contact Josephine because she's taking care of that preferred partner program to us. So that's everybody is welcome to join as well.
Thank you, Kaisa. And also thank you, Anja and Thijs. I think it was a really interesting conversation and good to connect with you. I think personally, as I mentioned, and as we started this, we are in such an urgent phase for the world and for cities and citizens in the end that really any type of innovation will be helpful one or the other way. And even if it's just learning more and how to do it better next time. And with that, I hand it over to our host, and thank you so much for having us at your great festival.
No, thank you, Josephine, and also special thanks to the speakers. Of course, we follow the project. It's really fascinating to kind of see, the things that are developing. And PCPs are PCPs. They're about finding out what you want, right? So I think that's hopefully you'll know that. So by the end of the project, and I agree, it's becoming that urgent that you'll kind of take, whatever we need stuff to move on. So it's really was very enlightening to listen. I have to, however, announce now the next session. So thank you again, speakers. Next session is basically a bit what then. So we started with kind of data for climate. We have AI once you kind of have that. But then how do we ensure that the AI is properly governed and properly managed from a city perspective? So kind of the next phase. And of course, there are all kinds of applications today that rely on AI that interface with all kinds of urban environments. I'll leave the talking to the CTO of Amsterdam, Ger Baron, and also Mikko Ruusama, the Chief Digital Officer of the city of Helsinki, moderated by Martin Briscoe. So thank you again, speakers, and for the audience, see you on the other side. Thank you.
See you.
Bye. Yep. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. My name is Martin Brunskov. I'm the chair of OASC, and with me here I have in this follow-on session on AI, I have two of the most central people to not just thinking about the relationship between AI and public services, but also doing a lot about it, shaping our common future. So Ger Baron from City of Amsterdam and Mikko Ruusama from City of Helsinki. So maybe just to hear your voices. Hi, Ger, how are you doing?
Martin, not that bad at all. Thanks for having me in this online discussion. Looking forward.
It's great that you took the time. It's busy times. You have the virus. You have, the whole situation.
We have a government actually that's being pushed away because of the algorithms, basically. So we are actually part of the what can go wrong with algorithms experience right now in many ways.
Okay, so you're referring to the news in the Netherlands about the government discussion. Okay, maybe we can come back to that. So Mikko, are you still with us here? Maybe we lost Mikko. Okay. Anyway, I think we will go ahead and then we will introduce Mikko a little bit. We had him just a second ago. So today,
introducing the world's first algorithm and artificial intelligence register.
I don't know if we can stop it. Just to set the scene, we are going to talk about the algorithm registries, the AI registries that Amsterdam and Helsinki have been working together on. Of course, that's super relevant for so many municipalities in Europe and around the world. So maybe we can take that as a starting point. And you have made a small film, you and your team here. So maybe we can ask to play that just to see what are we talking about when we talk about algorithm and AI registries. Please play the film.
Introducing the world's first algorithm and artificial intelligence register. algorithms and artificial intelligence have become an integral part of our lives. Governments use these tools to improve the accessibility and experience of their services and our public spaces. However, that means that citizens need to understand how algorithms work and how they affect their daily lives. That's why we have developed the Algorithm and AI Register. The register gives citizens the transparency they deserve. You can learn why and how algorithms are being used and who is affected, or dive into what data is being used, how it's processed, how discrimination is prevented, the degree of human oversight, and how risks are handled. Help us improve the register and make it the standard for transparency in algorithms and artificial intelligence.
Voila, thanks. So that was a great film. And welcome back, Mikko. Just to say, we just watched the film without you. Hope it's okay. Mikko Rosama, the Chief Digital Officer of Helsinki. Hey, can we hear your voice, Mikko?
Can you hear me well now?
Yes.
Sorry, my actually Zoom just crashed and now I'm back in business. Sorry about that.
You should never rely on software. Okay,
No.
So we will have a conversation starting with this register that you have co-developed. So here, maybe you can start. Why?
Yeah, the thing is, as cities, I think we're on the edge of where we actually see the impact that algorithms have on our citizens, basically. If every platform that comes in, and from vacation rental or taxis or mobility platforms or retail, whatever, we actually see what's happening in our city. So we feel the burden of technology popping in, and then we thought, hey, all those algorithms that play a big role in the daily life of people actually have a place where you feel it and where you see the impact. And then we thought, why is it not transparent? So we actually were a bit shocked by looking at our own algorithms at first, basically. Say, hey, do we use algorithms? Do we understand them? Or did we actually think about this before we start using them? So we thought we need to make this transparent. And then in conversations with Mikko and others, say, actually every city now has this issue. Every government has this issue. And we all look at Europe to come up with regulations, or national governments to come up with regulations. And then we thought, well, we can do this ourselves. We don't need regulations to start doing this and learn and see how it actually works. So bring it to practice. And we strongly believe from the perspective of, digital rights, basically, that people have the right to know what data is being used, in what way, and what's the impact on their daily life. So we actually thought, let's start doing it and not wait for European or national regulations.
Okay, but so basically what you're saying also is that you're just following the normal logic of government, that there should be transparency in the public conduct, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Our digital agenda is not about how to implement IoT systems. Our digital agenda is about how can we create a city where you can move around freely, where you can move around safely, also in a digital space. And when you say you want to move freely around, this also means that, you want to know what people try to influence you, or people use your data, make decisions based on your data you don't know of. So freedom is also a very strong aspect in the digital space in that perspective.
Mikko, so your mayor wants to create the most functional city in the world. Why do you need transparency? It just should be convenient. It should just work, no hassle. Why do you need a register?
As Ger said, usage of algorithms and kind of AI is creeping in on all areas of life. There are more and more services utilizing algorithms and AI, and I think we are kind of public servants, and we have, for example, here in Helsinki, we have 500 statutory tasks, and I have often said that we we need to have the trust of our residents to operate and serve people, and without trust there is no use for AI. So I believe that being open and transparent on how we use new technologies and algorithms and AI is contribute. I mean, increase in trust of citizens on what we do. And I see that it's also vital that, I mean, it's sometimes really difficult to anticipate the, for example, possible problems in the usage of algorithms. When we engage citizens in, for example, in evaluation of algorithm and help them to understand how we are using algorithms, we are able to maybe point out kind of problems beforehand and take corrective actions.
So what you're saying is that actually to be the world's most functional city, you also need this trust, because otherwise you will not reach that goal?
Exactly. I mean, I think we have to kind of serve people on their own terms. and I believe that you as an individual, I mean, people, you should have right to understand how your data is being used, how and you should be also have some better mandate control on your own data and the way kind of data is used to serve you. And I mean, more and more we are using like algorithms and AI and for you to understand the kind of way we use these technologies is, I think, important. For some, it may not be that important, but for those who are interested, they should have a chance to really deep dive and understand on how we use those.
So here, I understand there's a little bit of public interest in the algorithms and the code that's being employed by government in the Netherlands currently. Are there examples of, public perception understanding the necessity to be transparent about AI? Why not just have functional AI and that's fine?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, our National Tax Authority actually had a few issues last years with using algorithms to detect fraud. And now probably there are now 4 ministers who stepped away basically, and probably everybody will step away within a few days because the National Tax Authority created algorithms that were very effective in finding people who committed fraud. And so they literally said in court, we're 70% more effective. We don't have a clue how this algorithm works, but it's effective. And then they said, you actually can really understand how an algorithm works to the judge. So obviously this was not the right answer. So there's a lot of discussion right now, and it's elections in March in the Netherlands. So algorithms are actually part of the debate around elections quite a bit right now, because the Prime Minister probably will step away from his function tomorrow, hopefully. Because 6,000-7,000 people actually were selected by the tax authority to get the money back, etc., and they were selected by their family name, their nationality, etc. So everything you don't want to have. So I think it's quite, in the Netherlands, we have a relatively high degree of automation and digitalization in government services internally. We use a lot of smart technology. But the people who, the law and order people actually, start to make a bit too much use of the possibilities they had without having the proper knowledge within government. And the whole idea that you can make things transparent seemed to be silly, or not necessarily, because otherwise people could see what you were doing, etc. So all this, not that smart thinking was involved in that. So we saw that algorithms were used. There were tremendous people who suffered from that, amount of people who suffered from this. And on the other hand, they didn't really understand it. So the level of knowledge in government was too low, and every process was very intransparent. I mean, it is obviously unthinkable within a government in a democracy.
So would the AI register, would that have saved the tax authority?
Probably, because people would start to see what was happening actually, and could probably see, hey, what the register does is a few things. It's not only explaining what the algorithm does, it's also showing the referring to the test set of data that's being used to come up with something example given. And I think that when people have the opportunity to look at it and start to think with it, they also start to improve it and see what the flaws and the the flaws are in the algorithm as well. So transparency is the start, I would say, of everything. Basically, we can't. Technology is our future. Digitalization is our future. I mean, everybody sees that as well, I would say. But when it's not transparent, we're going into a world that actually, make sure people, don't have a clue why we have a tax invoice or whatever. So it's So I think it would help. Transparency is the start because people see what happens, and it also helps you to ask the right questions and make sure the algorithms are not being used. I mean, one more thing: when you can't explain the algorithm, don't use it. So when you can't put it in a register, don't use it.
Okay. So you're saying that there's a reason why the cities were first in developing this. It's because you were like close to all these issues actually. But cities are also very different. So Mikko, you have not implemented like 100% the same thing. Can you explain some of the differences that you have chosen differently in Helsinki than in Amsterdam?
No, firstly, what we have done is the kind of first version, and what we have now is not what we will have. But I think there are a couple of important points. Firstly, we have been working together with City of Amsterdam, CITYdot, on the metadata model that kind of describes these algorithms, and that is important. So there is a kind of, let's say, more structured way of describing these algorithms. And secondly, there should be some way to kind of make the kind of use cases public, and we have set up with this webpage ai.hel.fi. So we are talking about AI registry, and I think maybe the kind of algorithm registered kind of City of Amsterdam has chosen is more appropriate. Of course, the word algorithm is challenging because any conditional statement can be regarded as an algorithm. So you could say that algorithms are everywhere. So one of the challenges is how do you choose the right cases to be evaluated? So somehow they need to be kind of meaningful and kind of relevant. So I see the practical challenge. So how do you actually choose the right use cases and kind of algorithms? And secondly, of course, the challenge is that some of the algorithms we need to use are probably protected by IPR, so we don't have maybe the same level of transparency. I mean, there are cases where you simply maybe cannot have any open source or kind of alternative to the algorithm currently used. So that is also something that I think City of Amsterdam has been also, and we have been talking about this procurement standards. When we procure kind of solutions, can we somehow kind of force kind of suppliers, ICT suppliers, to also kind of open up on these algorithms and how they're using? The fact is that today we may not even have understanding on how different algorithms are kind of used in various different legacy systems we are having. But anyways, so I just see the principle so important that more and more we try to make public kind of in the kind of public register what we have, and also figure out how to effectively kind of engage discussion with the citizens. So I think this is a learning process, and I believe that we can learn from each other on what is the right approach. The fact is that, I mean, it's not easy to evaluate the impact of algorithms. That is the fact. I mean, how do you describe these algorithms the way that people actually can understand what it's all about? On certain abstraction level, I mean, we can all explain how Facebook algorithms work, but if you go into details, it's not public, and it's probably very complicated on what kind of parameters it's using. To give you an example.
So there's at least a couple of questions here. So, I mean, you said, how do we scope this? Is it algorithm? Is it only AI? Is it every code? I mean, we could have here, we could have you know, a mandate saying, well, we prefer transparency, and like we have the transparent administration when it comes to paper, right? Mm-hmm. Not all of it. Some of it is confidential. Yeah. But, you know, the principle is transparency in the governance. Yeah, we could have that with code. And yeah, you work with the Foundation for Public Code. We have a session later today. So why not all code? It needs to be registered. Otherwise, it's not legal.
In baseline, I would agree basically, but I can understand some things are proprietary because there's competition, etc., which is a good thing. So I can imagine not everything is open for everyone, but it should be, let's say, auditable in a certain extent, basically. So an audit should be so we're going to ask in our procurement, we should ask, hey, what does your algorithm do? And maybe a third party should take a look at it for certain reasons, fine, but we want to make sure that it fits our framework, the way we look at algorithms. And it's not only it's automatic decision making, basically. I think when some decisions are being made by software in a broad way, I mean, you want to know why and how, and when it's self-learning, it's a bit more complicated, probably. So, but you want to see it or put an audit on it. And this is also, I mean, and we're now doing it for our own algorithms, but it also will be in like Mikko said, in a procurement, or maybe your or legislation or permits, etc. When you want to operate a taxi company in Amsterdam, fine, but we want to make sure your algorithm doesn't benefit certain people or discriminate other people or take your data without you knowing it, etc. So it's broader than only the algorithm. It's also about who's taking your data, etc. But this is, I would say, part of it is the decision-making thing, and this is what we try to do with a registrar.
So the interesting part, I mean, of course, some elements will still be closed, but still should be certified, so they're not dangerous or improper. So we have been working together, in fact, on fair AI and describing what is then the minimal capabilities you require. So if you ask a system, do you employ automated decision making? It should be mandated to answer. And if it answers no, fine. But it answers yes, it should be, open to audit, not just, it shouldn't take a month. It should take, a couple of milliseconds, right? So what are the capabilities that these systems must be able to reveal?
Mikko.
So what you mean that what technical capabilities need to be in place? I think that if I think about this challenge, firstly, we have a lot of data, and simply understanding what data we have is not a trivial challenge. We have 900 different systems we have calculated, and 450 of them contain some sort of privacy data. And I mean, we have been working on a data strategy that tries to kind of outline the kind of principles and goals on how we use data. So I see that the starting point is to really start understanding what data do we have and who is the kind of a registry owner for the data. By default, I mean, if you have two different registers, you are not allowed to move data across these. And when you start to figure out, start to look at the different services we have and how we are using the data, I think, I mean, the capabilities we are working on is that we need to have like we are talking about my data operator capabilities. So for individuals, we should be able to provide capability to see through kind of a personal profile on what data we have stored from you, and also kind of show what is the legal basis for the data usage, and also have a kind of mechanism on how to give permissions for the data usage. And if the permission is to use for certain services that is utilizing algorithms or AI, I see that there should be some kind of link to the AI registry. I mean, talking here also something that we don't have in place yet. But as you see that, I think this, to me, this AI registry is part of the solution. I mean, we are also working on capabilities that enable like kind of having like this kind of digital profile and the kind of capabilities to see what data has been stored and then giving consent. So it's a kind of set of capabilities. There is no silver bullet. So and somehow we need to make a seamless kind of integration on so that you as an individual, you can easily see the data part, the algorithm part, and even give a chance to give feedback, and then there should be mechanisms that we internally can process the kind of feedback from different stakeholders. Right. I don't know if you followed up. I think I'm not sure if I answered to your question, but this is I mean.
It's work in progress, but I think also there's a point in what you both are saying that, I mean, even if Helsinki is the most functional city in the world and Amsterdam is the coolest, I mean, you cannot persuade the entire supply side to just follow if you want to say something. The world is big. So there's also a point in joining forces. And so one of the things we did here at the event now, we invited now enterprise partners such as the Vastu Group, which are doing the platform of trust very much towards this. I mean, we have Atos, we have Deloitte, we have NEC, we have Amazon Web Services. So actually there's quite big suppliers who are asking the two of you, what are the capabilities we should live up to be worthy of working with your data and providing your systems? So one final remark on here, how can we work together on getting these minimal capabilities for the Fair AI so that we will have a market that you can buy in?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, there is a market. I mean, the good thing about working with Helsinki is when we have 3 or 4 cities, actually, don't even need to be 20 or 25, basically. When you have 3 or 4, I think you can create a market, basically. And I do think, actually, that every company in the world understands that this is going to happen. So I think we can show the good practices, companies who comply, etc. And I truly think every company wants to be regulated in this perspective. I mean, every discussion, even the big tech says that needs to be some kind of regulation. So I think we can work with everybody to show, well, and ultimately make it European regulations, basically, that's mandatory. But I think by showing it, I think there's a lot of energy for us to start building this capacity. And we shouldn't make it too complicated. I mean, when we don't understand it, we need to find help and coalitions, basically. And there are a lot of people who want to help the government because the importance is clear for everyone.
Fantastic. Mikko, a final word again on what is the next thing we need to work together on?
Well, I mean, next thing, I mean, we are working to kind of expand the use of AI registry, and I clearly see that the kind of sharing experience with City of Amsterdam is really important. Also, I think it is interesting work on how, what is the kind of let's say governance model on how should we evaluate in practice these kind of use cases. I mean, we have something in place, but it's still like finding its kind of shape, and also I see that we need to train people, and I could kind of advertise here that we are working on the kind of ethics of AI course with the Helsinki University, and so you may want to look at ethicsofai.morg.fi. And I think there are interesting use cases from cities also that so training people is so important. Again, here we can share kind of material, and I think City of Amsterdam has done a great job on procurement standards. I think that has been inspiration to us, and we have to localize these to our context. And I mean, we have pretty clear plan, a lot of work to be done, but we have a good start. And as said, I mean, there can be collaboration on many levels.
And very practical as well. That's not only theory and talking about it.
Exactly.
I mean, there's things we can do.
Stuff. practical stuff.
It's fantastic. So I think we should end on that, because the theme here is it's the City by City Festival, which means actually, you know, cities are working with cities, citizens with citizens, countries with countries, and maybe even continents with continents. And we also know that we now have a catalog. I'm not just the AI registry and so on, but the city by city catalog. So you can start actually, you know, eating your own dog food. If you want to share this with others, put it on. We have the academy. So Mikko, we can slap the whole MOOC thing and package it. And we have, of course, the fantastic links between people, which are the strongest links that will help us forward.
Yeah.
So thank you. I think we end there. And Ger, good luck with the government and the governance of Amsterdam and thereabouts. Thank you for coming back once again here. It's a pleasure. Mikko, say hi to everybody up in the cold. And we hope to see you all soon in a more physical form. But thanks for joining.
Yeah.
And now back and over to the team.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Welcome back to the OAC headquarters. We just heard a great session on the topic of algorithms and transparency with the cities of Amsterdam and Helsinki. And we're now talking a bit more about policy in relation to local data, open data action. And I'm very excited about this particular session because open data is a big topic for many cities, not just the big ones, but also the smaller ones who are just starting out on their open data journey. And I am very excited to be joined today by such great speakers. And without further ado, you will hear about that in a moment, who will be there. I just keep, a bit more of the pressure up here. But we will start with an introduction from Rushi Rama, who's the Smart City Lead at the World Economic Forum. And he will be giving an introduction to the open data, the work of the G20 Smart Cities Alliance, who has been working on several policies for cities. And he'll give an introduction of the work that has been carried out over the last year. Rushi, with that, I will hand over to you to introduce the work that you've been doing.
Thank you, Leah. And I'm very excited to be here. In fact, I was just saying that I'm really desperate to watch the previous session, because this is one of those conferences which really gets to the point and has a level of expertise that very few can match. So really pleased to be here and very happy to have some of our Alliance members here as well. My name is Rushi Rama, as Leah said. I'll tell you a little bit about the Alliance for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then as quickly as possible hand over to my good friend and superstar Andrew Collins, who can tell us more about the open data policy in particular and introduce the rest of the panel. So to begin with, where is this Alliance coming from? What are we about? When did it start? All the rest. We started in 2019. If you saw any of Smart City Live, you'll see we did a whole long 1-hour session about the history of the Alliance, etc. So I'll just boil it down to the highlights. When the Japanese government was heading up the G20 back in 2019, they put data and smart cities very much on the agenda, and they called for the creation of a coalition of cities, a coalition of partners to help make progress in this sector. Of course, there are many such coalitions, and so when we set about making partnerships with organizations like OASC and many others, it was quite apparent that this is a space which has been buzzing for years and years now, and yet technology governance is still a challenge across the world. And the World Economic Forum and the alliance we're trying to create sees itself as playing a special role in dealing with the technology governance issue. So we're not interested, or we're not focusing on technology solutions. We're not focusing on creating kind of smart city strategies overall or anything like that. we're trying to really address some of the core challenges that the sector as a whole has seen in areas like privacy, cybersecurity, interoperability, business models, the like. We know that certain cities have made massive progress in that. You know, if you look at your Amsterdams, if you look at your Seattles, your Torontos, there's been so much progress in developing the right policies to these to answer these questions, and yet thousands of cities, as you're very well aware, are still trying to answer those same questions almost in isolation, and that's the problem we're trying to solve. So we're not, again, as I said, trying to figure out how the smart city will achieve, say, environmental sustainability or economic growth. Those are things which are pretty well understood. That's the strategy side of the equation. Instead, what we're focusing on are the governance challenges. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just share with you a couple of slides which kind of go into that in a little bit more detail. Because I thought it would be best not to bore this crowd with an abundance of slides. So where are we focusing those efforts? Well, we're starting with a roadmap that builds on five objectives. You know, as I said, your environmental sustainability, your jobs creation, your economic growth, all of the things which you associate with a smart city strategy's success or strategic objectives. We assume that you're already handling that as part of your strategy. But what we understand is that we need policies across all cities that hit these five buckets. And it's, you know, our original research shows that that involves a lot of policies. And so, you know, we could do what other frameworks have done and said, and say, let's just produce, you know, a recommendation or a guideline for each of these buckets. But we know from experience, and we know from the last decade, that just providing a guideline is nowhere near enough. What we need is deep implementable policies in each of these areas. And you'll notice many of these policies are things which your city, for example, may have solved long ago. But that's the point. It's that there's an unevenness across cities, and that some of these policies are foundational. And so we need to have a model policy in place that the cities that are being left behind or small cities can look to as a reference point. So looking at this kind of challenge, you can see it's a lot. And as you see from the header, we decided instead of trying to do a poor job with 30 or 40, we'll start with 5 and try and do a good job and create something that's deep and implementable in those 5. And so we assembled international experts. We have more than 60 in our working group at the moment who helped us to pin down what these 5 would be. And we picked these not because they're necessarily the most important, but because they were both important and pretty easy for us to get off the ground to begin with. And what we're going to do today is we're going to speak to Andrew Collins, who led one of the task forces on open data policy and has been really a superstar for the Alliance in putting that together, as I said. In terms of next steps, just for everyone's awareness, we know that this approach that we're taking of creating these deep implementable model policies is an approach. We need to test whether or not that approach is the right approach. And so what we're doing is we've gone to a lot of cities from around the world, big and small, to test whether or not these things are going to work. And we have counted so far 36 of these cities that are willing to test it with us. You can see here a bit more detail about what these policies involve. So, reading from top to bottom, I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but you can see that the open data policies sits right in the middle. It's a great area where, open data policy has been around for years now, and yet there are so many places in the world that don't have, a model policy in place. And there's been a lot of movement as well in terms of what a model policy really means in this context. So these are the cities that we have lined up to test this with us. As you can see, 36 cities, every region, big and small, some rich cities, some not so rich, some fast urbanizing, some not, some a little bit more mature. And that's deliberate. That mix was selected in order for us to make sure that this approach actually has validity across all sorts of different contexts. So that's what's coming up next for the Alliance. I think that's enough on the kind of very, very high level. And I'm going to hand over basically now to Andrew to take it on from here. And he can tell us more about the open data policy, but really dive into open data issues with what is a very expert panel that the OASC has assembled for us. So Andrew, I'll stop sharing slides now and I'll just pass it to you.
Rushi, thank you very, very much. You called me a superstar then twice within about the space of 2 minutes. So I shall now go on to disprove that I'm a superstar, and we'll talk through the open data policy that, as you said, we have had the privilege of developing as part of the G20 Global Smart Cities Alliance. And I have some people alongside me who, as you say, are the proper superstars, the proper experts who do this on a day-to-day basis. I'll introduce the panelists properly in a moment, but first, I'm just going to do a few slides as well, and I promise to be brief, and I'll introduce myself just while I start sharing my screen for those who don't know me. I did 8 years in, sorry, bear with me 1 second. 8 years in City Hall in London, working for the Mayor of London and establishing the London Data Store. And for the last couple of years, I've been working in Smart Dubai, the data and digital accelerator for Dubai government. And I'll just get straight into the detail, really. This policy, as Rushi said, sits within a wider set of, well, an initial 5 broader policies. In bringing it together, what we've tried to do is cater to experience and draw on cities' experience who have already embarked on their data journey, whilst also trying to gain insight from those cities who, as Rushi said, are just setting out on their data journey. So we've gone to cities large and small, and those who are more mature and advanced in their data journey, as well as those who are just starting out. So I just want to do a quick name check of some of my colleagues who helped out on the actual task force. Yasunori Mochizuki, who's a fellow from the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Japan and works for NEC, was my co-lead. And then, as you can see, we had representation from Melbourne, in Europe, Amsterdam, in South Central America, Colombia, and Jennifer Park from the US. But around this, we also had a sort of penumbra, a review group, which involved people like Brigitte Lutz, who we'll be hearing from in a few minutes from the city of Vienna, from organizations like Microsoft, from a group of cities in Belgium, and again, we'll be hearing from Niels in a few minutes' time, who leads that particular group, and core members from the Open and Agile Smart Cities organization. So it's a really broad group of people who in the end have worked on this policy and then reviewed it to make sure that we have something that, as Rushi said, is foundational. This is the context, really, and again, I'm just going to whiz through this, but just to say that this is about responsible technology governance that we think cities have to embark upon, given the way in which IoT and sensors are moving into public spaces, and with the growth of digital business models moving further and further into government. Data is everywhere. This means that there are various issues that we have to deal with through responsible governance. There is a wider attack surface, which means that we have to concentrate harder than ever on the cyber security threat. We have to look at vendor lock-in and consider what sort of business models best work for cities so that they can take advantage of the best technology on an ongoing basis with regards to data publishing. Privacy is a real hot topic. Think about some of the news this week about certain large technology companies and the way that they're thinking about or proposing that data is shared between the various applications. That's happening in the private sector now. It will happen increasingly in the public sector and in cities, the spaces that we govern, given what I've just been saying about the rapid growth of IoT. But getting down to brass tacks and on the policy itself, a question that we can quite legitimately ask ourselves is, why is open data right now important. It's been around for a long time, is my first point. So you could argue that it's time for a refresh. It was 10 years ago when the London Data Store was first launched. And in that time, there has been a huge amount of change. And just to go through some quick line items here. Technology is advancing. Data technologies that help us to publish and store data, as well as technologies that allow us to exploit data. I've just been mentioning IoT and other urban technologies as well. The way in which society considers data has also moved on as well. There have been various cases in cities where surveillance cameras have been turned off because of the way that society has responded to them, and city challenges have shifted as well. Certainly, it's not with great happiness, obviously, that COVID is brought up in any presentation, but the way in which it has not just changed the way that we work, but has changed the way that society is operating. Can move around the urban environment, can access labour markets and can access services. All that has changed, and data has been proven to have a key role in how cities and other public services more generally respond to the pandemic that we're moving through as well. Tightening budgets. This is something that I felt in my professional role. How do you justify data operations, not least open data operations, at a time when calls on budgets are coming from left, right and centre? How do you make that case? And I suppose this brings me to the last point here. I think it's incumbent upon cities to treat data as a strategic access. All the data that they collect, all of the data that they marshal and publish, it's up to us to make sure that we drive the maximum innovation value out of it so that you can encourage the ecosystem to form contestable markets around it. So I think open data, as well as being a decade old, we have to look to what we do in the next decade with open data, which is what this policy really is all about. Luckily for you, we are not going to go through 7 detailed sections in this presentation here. I'm just trying to give you a super quick taste about what you'll find in the policy when hopefully you go to it. But it's full of examples as well. It's not just policy words. You will find examples from cities like Vienna in there, London, Dubai, which I'll touch on in a moment, but many more besides, some with some quite unexpected entries as well. And then the supplementary guidance for emerging issues as well. We've tried to make this policy foundational, but also looking to some of the strategic and future-oriented issues that we know we're going to have to deal with. Monetization, for example, is something that you'll find featuring in an open data policy, which might on the face of it sound a little bit strange, but we think it's something that in the right circumstances is a way of proving the value of data and how it's used in cities. It's not just about raw commercialization. So just before finishing, just one super quick example. This is where we are saying within the policy how open data policies need to be coherent with other strategies and policies in the city to have maximum effect. So how do you connect your open data policy to the ICT security policy and privacy policies? How do you, with a view to making sure that the data is safe, that the data is treated ethically and the data protects privacy. As well as that, how do you just make sure that data links into a broader set of policies that most city halls are responsible for? Economic policies, environmental policies, spatial planning policies. We're encouraging cities and data leaders within cities to try to make the case for the inclusion of open data within such policies, so that open data is a tool that is used by other policy customers within cities. Super quick example. I have to do a super quick advertorial for Dubai before we hand over to other cities. But this really is just to prove the value of the policy itself. When you click on these examples, you will find really helpful source material. In this case, a whole set of open documents that you can go to. In this case, Dubai's data standards, which touch on data identification, classification, publication, tips to improve data quality, how to present metadata, advice on how you form teams and the roles and responsibilities that you can assign potentially to data champions who work in other organizations. So the point is lots of value that sits underneath the surface of the policy documents itself. So it's nearly panel time. I encourage people on the webinar today to find out more. I think Rushi would agree with me that this is a work in progress. We want other cities to go and poke and prod at it, to contribute and to build out from what we have today. We have a set of pioneer cities as well who in 2021 will be really getting down to the detail and will be starting to implement parts of, if not all of this policy in their own cities. And again, if you go to the URL that you see here, you can find out how you can get involved in those sorts of activities. So it's time to stop sharing the screen and it's time to share some discussion with our panelists. So I'm now going to introduce them quickly. I'm really happy to be joined by Brigitte Lutz from Vienna. Brigitte, do you want to say hello super quickly?
Hello, all from Vienna, or from my home office nearby Vienna, and I'm really happy to be here at this virtual conference. Last year I have been there in Brussels, and I'm really happy to speak about our policies and about open data in general, because I'm a fan of open data.
Good. And let me just introduce you super quickly as well. So you're the data governance coordinator, working in the office of the CIO in the city of Vienna. And you are a founding member of the Open Government Data Collaboration for Austria. So I think you're going to have some really interesting insights on how federal government, states, cities, towns, academics, communities work to drive value out of open data in Austria. And as well, I think you are city representative Vienna on the OASC board of directors as well. And yours is one of the, I mean, you were kind enough to review the policy documents, but you also are featured in one of the example documents. There's a great piece of work that you did under the Smarter Together European Commission project, where you evaluated data platforms from across Europe with a view to implementing your own data platform within Vienna. So thank you for that sort of very obvious contribution, well, a couple of very obvious contributions to the policy. Quickly to Niels Walravens. Are you there, Niels? You've disappeared from my...
I'm here.
There you are. Niels, let me introduce you and then you can add anything that I miss out. Niels is also an OASC board member, but Niels is a senior researcher at the Free University of Brussels, IMEC. And specifically, Niels works in SMIT, which is studies on media, innovation and technology, doing research on smart cities and open data. But I think it's safe to say that Niels is not just an academic, he is full of practical experience as well. Niels, you coordinated the Smart Flanders program of 13 cities and worked with them to develop an open data policy, which has been approved by all of those 13 cities and adopted by the Flemish government as an ambition for open government more widely. So that's you. You might want to add something. I hope I'm not selling you short.
No, not at all. No, very happy to be here as well. Was also there physically last year. I would have hoped we would be able to do that already, but unfortunately we have to solve it this way. But indeed, sort of making this combination between what we see from the academic and from the research perspective and combining that with practical work, working together with cities, has really been very insightful over the last couple of years. And we also came up with what I think is quite a good policy and an interesting approach, I think. Yeah.
We'll be asking you more about that in a second. And finally, we have Burcu Özdemir, Dr. Burcu Özdemir from the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, where she is director of the Smart City Department. Dr. Burcu is responsible for the technology offices, smart city projects, the big data and analytics teams, and runs the open data portal as well. So a wide range of responsibilities there, but also continuing to pursue her academic career. She lectures at postgraduate level in those areas in the Applied Informatics Department at Istanbul Technical University, and she's done that since 2017. Burcu, do you want to say hello quickly?
First, thank you, Andrew, and hello everyone from City of Istanbul.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Very good that you're with us. So there are our three esteemed panelists, and now it's time for me to be very quiet and to get our panelists, or put our panelists to work. And the way that we're going to do this, I mean, I think some questions might be able to appear in the YouTube chat. I think we're on a 1-minute time lapse, so we'll try to get as much audience participation going as we can. I've got one broad question for each of the panelists, then we're just going to try to get into a bit of a deeper discussion. So I'm going to turn to Brigitte first. Brigitte, Vienna has a data excellence strategy, I think. Would you just mind spending a couple of minutes talking us through it and really indicating for us how that data excellence strategy influences the way that data is used within the city of Vienna?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Andrew. We have the data excellence strategy since 2019, and the strategy is embedded in the digital agenda of the city of Vienna. As we heard before, responsibility to use the principles of the digital agenda and a part of it. How did we come to the data excellence strategy? I think it was partly a logical consequence after publishing open data since 2011. This year, 2021, is a jubilee year for us as we celebrate 10 years open data in Vienna. And so it also was a pleasure to take part in the open data model policy work, because we really learned a lot in these 10 years. And I think we also learned a lot to see that data represent a stable core of the information management in the city. And we think that the city's digital IQ is enhanced by data. As we all know, data production factor for smart and intelligent and digital cities. There are no digital applications without data. So we realized that we need a clean data landscape where in all areas of administration the data is managed, and that we have to set up a data excellence organization. This was the first step. So the data governance is the first pillar of our strategy. This means that setting up the organization, we've defined dedicated roles like data stewards, data experts, and data users. And we also set up an extensive training program for them, because in former times, as we started with open data, we only had contact points in the departments, and they had no trainings doing their job. So we have the training program. For example, a data steward has 5 days of training in all fields of data management. We also have set up a strategic and an operational board, and also a data excellence community, an internal community with meetups for the data stewards and for the data experts. And the second pillar of our strategy is data quality management. So we set up processes for the data quality management. And so we think that the data management is affected in all areas by our data excellence strategy. and we try to establish it by project which implemented in an agile way.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll come back to data governance a little later. I think it's
okay.
Yeah, never mind a pillar. It's an absolute fundamental building block that is often underrated. So lots of important stuff to touch on there. I want to go to Niels next. In introducing Niels, I said that he'd been working with 13 cities in the Flanders region, which reminds me a little bit of my time in London when I was trying to work with municipal authorities across London and to drive an open data agenda with them and achieve some practical impact. So it's a similar question to you, Niels, really. What were the drivers to establish the data strategy that you did in Flanders? And in a practical sense, you know, how has your work really helped those cities to open up data? What have you done, I suppose, is the the simplest way that I can put the question.
Thanks for that. Well, so yeah, we worked together with those 13 cities and the Flemish government as well. So the government of Flanders, responsible for the interior, basically. And that already was an interesting combination to tackle this this question from both the local level and the regional level together. And what were the main drivers? Well, the biggest question or the thing that we came to realize was that there was a big knowledge gap between those cities, even those larger cities, and we're talking about Flanders. The biggest city is 500,000 inhabitants, is Antwerp. The smallest is Turnhout with 40,000 inhabitants. So at the European level, that's already a pretty small city. There was a really big knowledge and skill gap between those cities, which is, I mean, normal also. And so we wanted to first establish was a sort of common ground. Where are we all starting from? And also where do we want to go? What's our vision? What's our ambition? And that's what we put into that open data charter. So we really wrote it together with the cities. Of course, we took inspiration from what was already internationally available at the time, and we started in 2017. Already a lot of work had been done in other places, so we got inspiration from that. Of course, we looked at all the legislation that was available at the European level and the transposition at the local level, of course. And so we put all of that together, and we basically had a lot of discussions and interaction about this to finally come up with 20 principles that we put forward as a sort of the ambition for open data in Flanders. And so indeed, those 13 cities, all of them adopted that open data charter, as well as the Flemish government, which was also really nice to see that sort of this effort that started bottom up. We developed the content with the cities, and from this city perspective was also adopted at the regional level as the ambition for open data going forward. And so we took the deliberate strategy of formulating those principles in a more general way. And we want those to be as timeless as possible, basically, those principles themselves. But then behind, sort of similar to the policy of the Global Smart City Alliance, we also have guidelines and really sort of inspirational documents to support bringing those principles to practice. And one of the most important ones is almost sort of a legal translation of those principles, where we have a manual with example clauses that local administrations, that cities and even smaller towns can use when they're procuring solutions. And when you're buying anything from the market on the market that collects data and wants to publish that data in an open way, everyone was using basically different language to describe those contracts. And sometimes there wasn't even anything in there about data. Who can access the data, under which terms, under which conditions, can we publish them, how, for how long, who's responsible when something goes wrong. In some cases, all of that was just missing. It wasn't even there. In other cases, it was sort of not formulated in a proper way. Of course, people were doing their best, but it wasn't solid, you know. And so what we did there is come up with this common language, common ground that everyone can just copy paste into their procurement when they're buying solutions that are using data and publishing data in a way. So that was really a very practical way of making that charter. It's nice to have a charter. It's nice to have mayors sign a charter, but then what do you actually do? That making it concrete was that manual to procure solutions.
It's again, I want to bring Virtue in relatively quickly. So thank you for your brevity there, Niels. It's interesting though what you say about sort of embedding the language and data into procurement processes. And one of the things that I want to come back to you on, one of the follow-up questions for a few minutes time, I think might be around like data platforms and interoperability of data and standards. So do you have one data platform for 13 cities, or do you just lay down the guidance for it, or do you let them all run wild? We'll come back to that in a few minutes' time. So I want to get to Virtue, who's been patiently waiting. Virtue, thank you. Istanbul, you have an ambitious open data roadmap, and for me, Istanbul has sort of emerged quite rapidly in the last couple of years under your leadership. So just again, tell us how far along the road you are and where you're taking open data in 2021. And I'm going to stick with the roads metaphor. Tell us about the potholes in the road. What problems are you encountering right now? And be honest.
Yeah, okay. I like the adjective ambitions. We are really ambitious about the open data platform. Actually, we launched our open data platform public on last January. It means 1 year old baby, but its parents were 16 million people. Our population is huge. Yeah. I mean, maybe 1 year old baby, but yeah. And also, one important things, we are the first organization in the public sector to implement an open data portal in Turkey. We want to lead the other municipalities. We want to separate this ecosystem because we really believe that the power of open data, if you want to manage your city in a correct way. And what we did in our open data platform, we made available to citizens in 8 smart city functional area, which are the environment, mobility, security, energy, human governance, and economy. And since it was launched, we also trying to improve our open data platform, and we add some hackathon to improve the physical open data platform, also the context, also infrastructure. Currently, the number of data sets in the portal is around 150, and data transfer size is around 1,200 gigabytes in daily. It is also good for us. I mean, we have the 70,000 average daily reach, and total access is right now is 80 million. I mean, but we are planning to achieve around 250,000 within the scope of the total number of unique users. And we are going to also want to complete the 250 new data set in this year. What is our plans? Actually, we really like to create a portal forum who is going to use this open data and who is going to use some product when they share their idea, when they share their project, when they share some suggestion, or also criticism, because the open data also really open to criticize from the citizen. And also we are planning the 2 hackathons related to open data. Then we can show the public sector how important that kind of data if you give the citizen, if you give the entrepreneurs, academician. And I guess this year we are going to show a little bit to how can achieve all together when you are using the open data portal with your entrepreneurs and your citizen to solve the daily urban problem or something similar this city problem. Yeah.
So you seem quite energetic and passionate about data, Virtue, and you said something quite interesting there, which was about how you almost want to prove the case to fellow public servants about the value of open data, and to do so by running hackathons. Is that something that you really consider to be part of your job? And is it something where you're finding challenges, or are public servants in Turkey dying to get hold of open data and make it work? What's your assessment?
Yeah, actually, one of the department belongs to my department is the entrepreneurs innovation hubs in Istanbul. There is one problem, and then who is going to face that problem in daily life? They have a more, how can I say, more agile and quick solution using that data, because it is totally different than the hiring one company to solve this problem and then solving the problem with citizens. And also, as you know, that we are going to face with the earthquake, possible earthquake in Istanbul, and everybody thinking it. And when we had this earthquake hackathon, the solution, and then their idea was great. So many people get impression for this. People want to solve the problem of their city. They want to be part of it. They want to solve it because they are living in here. Because we are so ambitious, we are trying to, saying to all of platform, hey, join us. We have some data. We want to also improve this open data and sharing with us to solve all together. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Brigitte, I'd like to return to you now, because this is of real interest to me. I think data governance is the unsung hero, really, of the open data world. I think it deserves a lot more attention than it actually gets. And I just want to talk to you quickly about how useful data governance is in bringing open data out. In Dubai, we have a really well sort of organized data classification scheme, where we have open data, shared data, confidential data, sensitive, and so on. And I just want to understand how it works in Vienna. Do you find that data governance is a help or a hindrance?
Oh, sure, it is helpful, because I'm the data governance coordinator, so it's my job, and I hope I'm helpful. I spoke about the processes. One part of publishing open data are the processes, and one part is, as you said, to make the classification of the data, because we don't only have open data in our work in a government. We also have classified data, secret data, personal data, and so on. And the classification is the first step, I think. And then the publishing process. We publish data 4 times a year, and there's a strict process, so everybody knows what to do on which time, and so it's the easiest way for all to make the publication. But it's not only the process, also the rules, that everyone knows what he or she has to do. So we have to have the strict rules, and everybody knows which hat do I have now. So I also always say the members of the Data Excellence organization, which is everyone in our organization, are the real data heroes we have.
Can I ask you then, does your data governance model, or does your broader open data effort stretch into the private sector? On one of my slides, I alluded to sort of like mixed business models, and obviously the private sector operates in cities, in the sort of mobility, in the environment, in the energy space, lots more besides. Is private sector a part of your open data approach in Vienna?
The private sector, the science, and everyone are these who use our data. There are not so many organizations or privates who publish open data. it's not fine, because there, I think, like in a government, also in the economy, there would be a lot of data which would be open and usable. For example, opening hours. Opening hours are so useful for everyone, and I think there are a lot of apps who could use them for better services in a city. But our job is to open up our data and to enable the others to make apps or visualizations or other services for the people in the city. And I'm proud that we have more than 500 apps and visualizations we know which are made with open data.
Okay, thank you. So I want to go back to Niels, who's been waiting patiently. And Niels, I spoke to, I sort of set you up a few minutes ago when I said I'd like to ask you about, I suppose, how you've achieved uniformity, or how you have driven a coordinated approach to data platforms, for example, because I think it's one of the things that emerged from our policy work. It's, you know, do we advocate each and every municipal authority of different sizes to set up a data platform for themselves, or is there a better / federated way? Over to you to sort of tell us a little bit more about Flanders.
In our case, we don't. We definitely don't advocate for everyone having their own portal necessarily. It's more about publishing your data as much as you can on the web, and preferably in the web as much as possible, using linked data whenever relevant and feasible, so that you lower the cost and you don't necessarily need your own open data portal. What we advocate as sort of a minimum is using the DCAT standard, because that means, as a metadata standard, because that means that your data will also be findable in the Flemish open data portal, which we have, but we also have a Belgian data portal, and of course the European data portal. And so it's what our conclusion sort of has been is that in some cities it's just not necessary. It's not a requirement to have your own portal set up. Definitely for these smaller cities, the cost doesn't necessarily outweigh the benefits. So where we go for is as much standardization as possible, using proper metadata standards whenever possible, just to make the data as easily findable as possible. Using DCAT also means, for example, that it automatically appears in Google database search. And so whatever way you're using to find data sets, make your data as findable as possible, rather than having your own little portal on your website. That's sort of the philosophy that we go for.
Okay, thank you. I want to return to this question of impact as we start to bring things to a close, because I said one of the, we live in times where budgets are under pressure, and I remember a time back in City Hall in London when one of Boris Johnson's advisors just basically said to me, "What is it that you do and what impact do you have, Andrew?" And that was quite a difficult question to answer at that time. I've got a lot better at it since. And I think it's a fair challenge actually to open data leaders such as those that we have on the call here. What is your, I suppose, either your best open data impact story? So where, I mean, I'll give you a super quick example. In London, one of the quite sort of small, quick exercises, nothing grand, was to try to understand financial inclusion in deprived areas of London. And it was really fascinating because we got open data for cash machines, the location of cash machines, and we overlaid those onto a map and understood how transport infrastructure and other obstacles got in the way of people who live in high-rise tower blocks getting down to cash machines. And it was a really quite, it just unearthed a series of insights that we wouldn't have arrived at necessarily. And the we in this case wasn't civil servants in City Hall, it was people on the outside who were interested in financial inclusion. I think it was a sort of, I think it was a charity who carried out that piece of work on the back of open data that they asked us to publish. So what's your sort of own data impact story? Or if you don't want to answer that, what hope do you have for open data impact in the future, given some of the policy challenges in your cities? And whoever wants to answer first, go for it. Race for the microphone.
The big impact is that everyone who uses the data science, everyone comes faster to use the data. You don't have to have the process, you have to ask for the data and where is the data. We only have to say, look at our open data portal and you can use it. So a lot of processes and activities inside the government is not more, we don't need it anymore. And the other side is that it's a part of transparency and open innovation as we had before. So a lot of added value comes to the city, and a lot of more added value also for the people in the city, because we cannot do every app for every target group in the city, and we don't know, as you said, what need the people, and we don't see that by ourselves. So the others help us to see maybe where do we have our blind eye in the city.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Niels or Virtue?
Okay, what I am thinking that if you are going to use the open data, it means that you are transparent. You are showing what you have, and then what we need to feel ourselves secure. When we are going to feel ourselves secure, when we know, and it is the Maslow hierarchy. After the physical needs, the most important things, feeling the secure. If you believe your government, if you believe your local government, and it means your citizen going to feel secure. What is the biggest impact for me is the believing your manager, believing your, all service, and also you are after it, you are going to participate. Actually, it's the Maslow needs pyramid is working with the open data, and it is going to give you the participatory democracy. You are going to be part of it. What I am seeing that it is the game changer for us, especially in our country, and because probably so many country also city is going to, already see that the power of the open data to give a high quality services, because they are getting some, criticize, also some price. If they are good, they are going to scaling up. If they are not, it's going well, they are correcting themselves. We always think that we will succeed all together. But when we share our data, as much as what I am thinking that the next years or after it, that all these games in the public sector is going to change because of the open data portal and the sharing the data with everyone. It doesn't matter ordinary citizens to entrepreneurs, journalists to researchers, or companies. Everybody going to involve, yeah.
When, Virtue, you talk about participatory democracy, are you talking about specific exercises that are active in Istanbul now, or are you just talking as a general, as a general theme?
No.
That's really interesting using open data within them.
Actually, this is a new vision of us. We are trying to make a culture in public sector, believing the participatory democracy, creating the awareness of the importance of it. What we are going to do, maybe probably after the 2 months later, we are going to create one digital platform. It is called the Istanbul City. Actually, this is the brand of that. And this digital platform, it's super app, including your mobile phone and including all our service. Also, there is one application. Probably Niels already know that Talk London, similar with it. Yours. Yeah. We are going to. We are so exciting also to involve all our citizens to join the decision process about the city, and we are trying to force every part.
No, Talk London. Yeah, Talk London was designed by some very clever people in my team. It's a really cool tool. But let me move to Niels, because he's been patiently waiting, and he's had longest to think up his answer about open data impact in Flanders or wherever else, Niels.
Yeah, I mean, the question is still very pertinent, and it's also what politicians definitely want when they need to spend money, and you have to show them the impact first, basically, in a lot of cases. So that's tricky. What we've learned over the years, and I think everyone can agree, is that opening up to just open up, it doesn't work. Just publishing some sets online and hoping that people will start building apps, I mean, it doesn't happen. So what the approach that we try to take is linking it as closely to policies and policy goals as possible. If you want to achieve certain goals, try to open up data that's related to those goals, and they will help you reach those goals. I think that just goes as a good general sort of rule of thumb. Try linking as closely as possible to also the political agreements in your city, and opening up data that's related to those goals. And then as a second point, it's also what we really took as a very deliberate approach was learning by doing. We really wanted to try, starting from those policy challenges, really want to try to get as much data open as we could. And by doing that, we hit a few obstacles, but we learned so much from those. And those learnings generated impact, maybe much more than actually opening up those data sets. So to give one example, off-street parking was a really big challenge in a lot of the cities in Flanders. This is in a lot of cities, almost all of them managed by private companies these days. So this is given in concession to private companies who keep those data for themselves. And by trying to open up those data, having those conversations with those companies, you arrive at these contracts that have been signed between cities and those companies, and you find out about these clauses about the data that are lacking, which basically directly led to us coming up with our model clauses and having a much broader impact than only trying to open up those parking data. So it's we did something very similar for accessibility information. Accessibility of government buildings was very fragmented, completely distributed data in Flanders, which we only found out by really digging into it and digging deep into it to come up with now a completely revamping and opening up of those databases, which were closed and very difficult to access before. So it's really trying stuff, experimenting, running pilots, doing these types of things, but then not dropping them when they fail, but taking those lessons and taking the next step. And that's gradually, I think, how you arrive at impact.
Great, thank you. It's 2 minutes. Well, it's 2 minutes to 9 here in Dubai, and it's my weekend. So I am absolutely determined to finish on time. I'm just going to give about 90 seconds worth of closing remarks. I mean, that's been a really valuable discussion, and thank you to Brigitte and to Bertu and to Niels, all of whom have peppered us with practical examples based on their experience and some inspiration besides. I mean, I think what I'm sort of picking up is that there's lots more still to be done with open data. As I said, it's 10 years old, and the policy that we have developed is one that I hope cities can find value in. I mean, I think it works right the way across the value chain, and sort of relating to what our speakers say, there will be cities out there who need to implement, quite literally write their own open data policies and the legal instruments that fit around it. And what Brigitte was saying about the governance, I think, is super, super important. And that brings me on to implementation. I think in the policy that we've produced, it's future oriented enough, and it provides advice on standards for platforms that are technology agnostic and that allow for the freedom that municipal authorities need to deal in efficient financial terms with emerging technologies and new methods of data exchange. And also, really importantly, and everybody has touched on this, well, Niels was particularly strong on implementation and the focus there on standards and interoperability. I think Bertu talked a lot about ecosystem engagement. And again, our policy sort of focuses on how you take the work that you do internally across other city departments and out there to academia, out there to small businesses, tech businesses who really know how to make data work and to generate value in lots of terms. And I think that's my final point, really. It's about staying close to the politics. It's about doing things that I think scale is one of those words that, you know, everything has to scale nowadays, but I'm an advocate of doing things small and quickly to prove their value, and let's see what comes out of that. And I think with open data, that's really, really important, because otherwise you can build the biggest, most complex platform in the world that sort of keys into your city data infrastructure. You can collect all the open data sets in the world. If nobody's using them and you're not proving the value, then that's just an expense that people point fingers at nowadays. But I don't want to finish on that negative point. I think there is hopefully lots to get stuck into in the policy itself. So as I said before, do take a look. Thank you to OASC for hosting us today. I think it's been a great session. Thank you to Rushy as well for giving us the introduction. And I just wish everybody a pleasant rest of the day and hope the rest of the CITYxCITY Festival goes well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew, also for that wrap up. I think there's nothing else to add. It was a pleasure to seeing and to listening into this excellent discussion. I think we touched on many different points that are important for cities to consider when they're starting out working with open data or are actually already working with open data. And I just wanted to also thank you, Andrew, for the excellent moderation, and of course also to our speakers. It's a pleasure having you really and following these discussions. I'll let you now go into your well-deserved weekend, Andrew. For us in the Western world, we still have one day to go. And I just want to announce, so now we're closing on the open data session, but we still have 3 sessions to come. We will now hear from 4 SMEs about innovative solutions that they're deploying in cities, 4 short pitches. Before we will hear from Ben Cerveny from the Foundation for Public Code on what is happening when software becomes public infrastructure. And then we will have our close to closing session on digital urban twins. And I hope you will all be able to stick around for the last sessions and see you there. So let's go with the pitches.
Hello, my name is Justine de Roze. I am Business Development Manager for Cityx. Cityx is a company founded in 2011 by Gert de Tant, our CEO. Cityx is a software consultancy company with many different competence centers, but one of them is smart cities. And as far as smart cities go, we consider ourselves actually the smart city data experts. Now, what does that mean, or what challenge are we actually trying to tackle? What we see is that many cities are facing the challenge that they maybe have 1 or 2 or multiple use cases deployed, but they are not actual owner of their data, or they cannot use that data for maybe analytics, statistics, or better decision making. So what we are trying to do is we're aiming to build a horizontal data platform that enables for cross-silo data sharing. What does that mean? You have maybe a smart city waste management application maybe you've got air quality sensors, parking sensors, etc. Just enabling for all that data to be shared, but also enabling for it to be open and shared towards your citizens and maybe also towards other citizens, other cities. Some examples that we have there, we've done that for the city of Antwerp, Luxembourg, Esch, and Paderborn. Paderborn is a city in Germany where we built a SECAN open data portal. It's a portal that's an application that is available for citizens, for other cities, and for the city council, where they can draw reports from the data and use it just for any type of information that you might need for analytics and simply for, as I said, better decision making. It's our little way or small way of trying to help make cities smarter and enabling them for the future. If that story sounds interesting to you or you want to know more, just let us know at citus.be or contact me directly. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Antonio Yara. I represent Hope Ubiquitous, that is a company working on smart cities and supporting cities with evidence-based action plans. Right now, cities are addressing the challenge of requiring new ways to carry out urban investment. For example, at the European Union, the ERDF are requiring several KPIs indicators in order to support any particular investment. This is making a block and delay in all the investment release. And now, with the new climate change different funds, like for example the European Green Deal, this situation is getting even much more complex because, as you can see, 60% of the money will be based on the emissions avoidance that are really verified. So we really require a solution, as we are proposing, where we can integrate different data sources coming from in situ hyperlocal sensors at our manufactured IoT devices, but also other data sources as Copernicus, satellite data, and available data in order to support and monitor the different action plans. So we are providing, for that purpose, the major spectrum of indicators. We are forecasting and modeling the different action plans, and we are creating this experience that also will support other cities. Right now, you can see here an example of the city of Helsinki, where we are supporting them with the pollution source identification, because it's very important that you really understand in every region where is the pollution coming from, if it's coming from the port, industry, mobility, agri-food, domestic heating, in order to identify and carry out the proper action. So we are providing these sensors. We are able to monitor different parameters with very high data quality for noise, gases, particles, affluence of people, movement of people, water consumption, weather in general, and we are creating this indicator on top of the open source and open platform based on Fireware. That is one of the major and most extended platforms in Europe and in a global scale, supported by European Union and totally free and based on open source. So an example of deployment is putting around 6 sensors and the open platform based on Fireware, and then we can create different dashboards to monitor different parts. For example, now the affluence of people in beaches because COVID-19, also the air quality in general, the noise level evolution, the pollen service for people allergic that they can subscribe for the different pollen identification, and other issues more related with urban health, like for example PM2.5 and PM1 nanoparticles monitoring. So the value is clear. We are providing more agile and supporting the urban design to mitigate climate change, providing compliance with all the emerging regulations, reducing penalties, accessing to new funds like the Green Deal, and also accelerating and reducing the time for execution of all these programs, providing always data quality as a unique value from our side with our own hyperlocal sensors, and of course reducing risk because the use of proper data. These have been adopted in different cities, and we are at the same time helping in order to reduce costs and guarantee that the efficiency of the different action and the proper one. The market is huge. The market is beyond the IoT sensors market. The market is more focused in the intervention management, where present a huge market, and we have the support from the World Economic Forum. We have been working with G20 demonstrator. We have the Open Agile Smart Cities with over 120 cities, and we are really helping them. And this is really an amazing opportunity in order to satisfy climate change mitigation. The market is growing, it's very addressable. Just here, we are assuming in the next 10 years over 1 billion market addressable. The revenue, the business model is very focused in recurrent revenue with around 15,000 euros per city, that at the current state we are having from 2019 around 240,000 euros and growing. The differentiation, as I mentioned, is this opportunity of providing sensors plus artificial intelligence software to create this model, and also to focus a lot in the data quality as a different with respect to other competitors. We are developing the solution in different cities, in different places in Europe via distributor, and also accessing via public tenders. As for example, we are the company monitoring cities like Madrid in the low emission zone. We are already on 25 cities, and we are growing with your support in order to go over 45 cities in the next 2 years. So this is our evolution. We are already creating this added value service like pollen service, also the pollution zone identification and accessing new markets like Germany, in cities like Heidelberg and Kiel, and now also we are working the low emission zone. Our team is composed by both financial and also technical people, and we are creating this combination in order to guarantee that we are able to address the market in the best way. Thank you so much for your attention, and looking forward to get your comment, question, feedback, and looking forward to collaborate with all of you. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Stevie Devil, co-founder and CEO of Urban Tide. At Urban Tide, our mission is to create a sustainable world with AI. We're based in the Bay Centre, Scotland's AI hub, and in Edinburgh, the data capital of Europe. Our world urgently needs to respond to climate change and growing inequality. And data is a vital ingredient for solving these global challenges, yet organisations don't maximise its value, and there is a growing analysis gap. We solved this problem with USmart, our enterprise-scale data innovation platform, and our unique and growing AI catalogue. This helps us do a number of things, such as monitor transport emissions and improve cycling routes. We recently completed a large-scale IoT pilot project in Eindhoven, Bilbao, and Edinburgh, where we helped the cities make sense of noise to improve the livability of their environments. Here we consume real-time data in line with the OASC technical framework, and brought in citizen data and other asset data to indicate where noise could be improved across the city. We enable energy companies to share data and unlock renewable potential, such as understanding how we can electrify heat in our homes and reduce the need for gas consumption, whilst maintaining a healthy environment for everybody to live. And our AI reduces fuel poverty and improves the livability of our homes. We help Smartline and our partners look at different elements within their homes so that they could understand where they could cut energy emissions using real-time sensor data and resident surveys to be able to create nearly 400% of savings for maintenance schedules and improve fuel poverty outcomes and well-being. We do all this built on USmart, our data innovation platform, which is specifically designed to meet the 21st century challenges of managing real-time data and delivering AI potential. USmart unlocks siloed data with advanced sharing capabilities, from API curation to open data publication. And we integrate using the latest open data standards and IoT standards, including compliance with the Open Agile Smart Cities technical framework and FIWARE standards. And we apply our machine learning and AI algorithms to automate insights and help people and places work better and smarter. In 2020, Somerset Council, Energy Systems Capital, and Crown Estate Scotland all joined USmart, and we're helping them to unlock the value of their data. Please find out how we are building smarter communities at www.urbantide.com and at Urbantide. Follow us on Twitter. Thank you and have a great day.
Good morning, my name is Daniele Miorandi and I'm here to present you Blue Alpaca, Talk to Your City. Blue Alpaca is powered by uHopper. We are a deep tech SME headquartered in Trento, in northern Italy. We were born 10 years ago as a spin-off of a local research center focused on AI and have grown since then, developing custom big data and artificial intelligence solutions for our customers. The challenge that we tackle with Blue Alpaca is the following. Citizens have a hard time finding information about services offered by their city. This is due to two main reasons. The first is the fragmentation of platforms and applications. Typically, cities have a lot of different web portals and mobile applications, making it hard for citizens to understand which one they should be using. Second, information is often very difficult to search because it is organized by city council internal protocols rather than what a human would be looking for, making answers very difficult to find. Our solution is Blue Alpaca, a conversational app that allows citizens to chat with their city. Why a chat application and not a standard mobile application? Well, because a chat application has a number of superpowers. First, it is fast. It provides complete answers in real time. It is always available. It works 24/7. It is mobile friendly, making it a perfect companion for citizens on the go. It is proactive. It can be used not just to answer to questions, but also to send notification and impromptu messages. It is adaptable. You can define the personality of the bot answering to your citizen question. It is multi-language. It supports different languages, making it a perfect solution for cities with a lot of tourists, immigrants, or expats. It is smart because it evolves and learns over time to better answer to citizen queries. And last but not least, it is flexible because it integrates seamlessly with different platforms like Telegram, Messenger, or your own website. In terms of deployments, we have actually developed our solution in collaboration with 4 major European cities, Milan, Helsinki, Antwerp, and Santander, where later on our app was deployed and piloted with the support of the H2020 Synchronicity project. Interoperability is based on OASC minimum interoperability mechanisms. In particular, we use OASC shared data models for how information is represented, and the Context Information Management API as a single point of contact with internal IT of a city to fetch the information we need to craft answers to citizen needs. We are done with Blue Alpaca. If you want to know more, please visit our website or feel free to contact me. Thank you very much. Have a nice event.
Hello and welcome back to the headquarters here at OAC for our almost final session. And I'm very happy that we have Ben Cerveny with us here today. He is the co-founder and president of the Foundation for Public Code. And without further ado, he will give a keynote talk about what happens when software becomes public infrastructure and how we can manage, or how cities and communities can manage software then in an open manner. Ben, it's great to have you here, and over to you.
Hi, Leah. Thank you so much. And thanks to everyone at OASC for the invite to participate in this conference. Thank you, Martin. And I'm going to try and start some screen sharing video here. It usually takes a minute to get its act together. Please let me know when you can see it.
Yes,
okay, great. This is just an incredibly important moment in this sort of transformation of the public sector. Obviously, we are facing, something that's never happened before, really, which is the total kind of transformation of the operation of governance into a digital process, not on purpose. Unfortunately, this time it was just a movement through the COVID crisis into a new form of relating to each other as public servants and politicians, but also with our citizens. And this transformation happened at scale of society and almost instantaneously. And so what that meant was that we had parliaments convening on Zoom, civil services operating almost entirely out of Microsoft Teams. And this all happened, within a matter of days or weeks as people sort of had to flee their offices for fear of infection. So we're just now, I think, beginning to metabolize the ramifications of some of this change. But I think that really the first thing that almost everyone, we at the Foundation for Public Code have been for a number of years now talking to public organizations about digital transformation and how important it is that they sort of take agency in this process for themselves and begin to sort of understand what their role will be in the future of sort of a software-driven process within government. But there is sort of this core threshold, this core moment that we go across, which happens all the time in cycles of technological development in society, which is when things that we call technology, humans invent things all the time. For the first 30 years or so, we call them technology. And if they work, then we call them infrastructure. And this has happened, of course, with electrification and plumbing and all these things that we sort of have metabolized as society. And for a while, we sort of understood them as this thing that was out in front of us and different and new and had to be confronted. And then we sort of metabolized them and they became things that we didn't really think about at all anymore. And those things we call infrastructure for the most part. Well, most people don't think about them except for the people that run this infrastructure, which is often public organizations. And so the thing that we're now experiencing as this very software that we're using to collaborate in these distanced times is actually core infrastructure now, and we have to recognize that, and we have to sort of understand what that means for the operation of government and for the participation of citizens in this government. So one of the things that is really interesting about this moment, this sort of criticality of the transformation of technology into infrastructure, is that cities have always been the crucible in which this transformation happens. Cities are, first of all, one of the longest running processes, continuously running processes that humans have created, which is really important when you start to think about this idea of sustainability of its organizational infrastructure, because a city really basically is a continuous organizational infrastructure that we're all inhabiting. And it turns out that software is also becoming that. And so the question is, what happens as those two giant systems for organizational infrastructure converge? And we need to very much manage that process consciously. And so one of the tools that, of course, cities use and governments in general use to turn technology infrastructure and sort of the core kind of process of this metabolization that I was talking about is through the iterative generation of policy. The idea is that, there is a code base, and this is part of the reason why our organization is named the way it is, the Foundation for Public Code. Public is both something that is open and also something that is civic, and code is both something that is a policy and something that is software. and those things are actually overlapping more and more as we go. And so what we need to make sure we're doing as we begin to implement more and more software code in our government model is to realize that that is going to be entirely entangled with policy code. That is the way that we have run government until now, or until several years ago when we started this process. And so policy is something, much again, like software, both of these things define possibility spaces. They define rule sets in which operations take place. That is both something that happens in society and something that happens in applications of software. And so this is what we call the stack of both the policy and the software living together is public code. So some of the things that have been made civic and public through policy processes are, of course, rights, property, industry, trade, transportation. These are things that now, again, in the same way that technology has been something we take for granted, the policy surrounding many of these activities, although sometimes contested on its borders, is by and large considered an assumption of the baseline of what society provides for its citizens. So where are we at right now in digital society in this transformation? This inflection point again has accelerated some of these issues, but really, we have this problem where, we want to get to the digital society, but we have some kind of stoppers. One is that, policymakers, of course, although they're trying to do the right thing, technology, there's this famous Stuart Brand diagram that describes how fast things are moving in the world, and policy is moving at a very slow speed because it is trying to be inclusive. It's trying to be, to find consensus with a huge number of actors. It's trying to do the best thing for everybody. And of course, software famously is disruptive, move fast and break things, et cetera. These are the approaches that software development has had. And so part of the problem with that is that policymakers don't really know what the capabilities of software are, what the constraints of software should be, what the processes of its ideal development are. And so, this has been one big stopper in the sort of development of an agile and open digital society. And then this, the next sort of phase of that is, in the context of this uninformedness, a lot of software providers have taken advantage of that by stepping in with proprietary and closed systems, which often are, extract value and extract agency from the systems that they operate in. So the idea that, parking services or waste management services or library systems or even, citizen identification systems might be operated by a third party in ways that the city doesn't understand means that they no longer have the ability to fully account for what their choices are to their residents, and they also don't have the ability to potentially make all the changes they need to if they're staying adaptively accountable to the needs that are moved through their policy making bodies. If they make changes to their policy, then they need to be able to have the ability to affect those changes in the software that represents that policy. And that in general is what's happening in this digital transformation, is that policy is implemented as software. And if you implement policy as software, there has to be a feedback loop that connects the evaluation of the software's ability to provide what the policy claims it's going to. And so, these are the sorts of issues that we're sort of confronted with. Probably the primary one is that the proprietariness of these code bases means that that public servants and the other actors that are operating in the space, a vendor ecosystem of people that are trying to make incremental changes to software to respond to policy needs, don't necessarily have that access because the proprietary code bases have closed off access to transformation. You can request that, and often, in response, you get a giant assessment, a fee, that's going to be part of the transformation process from the provider, and you have no choice there because it's their tool that you're locked into. And so lock-in in general and licensing fees that accompany that lock-in have become part of this sort of pipeline of extraction that is almost taken for granted both by the vendors and the cities at this point. But it's not just about this, it's not an adversarial relationship necessarily. It's just a question of making sure that cities sort of recognize their role in the sort of agency of making sure that the architecture of these systems is theirs to control. So it's about stepping up. So the idea that a city needs to evolve the capabilities to become technologically sovereign in the sense that they actually have the agency and the control that is necessary in order to respond to democratically sort of directed policy changes, and that those policy changes then are reflected in the code bases that are implementing them. And so, one of the things I often say about, software is that it has terroir, which is a word from the winemaking trade, which means that software is a product of its local environment. And that's something that we really haven't discussed in the software industry. A lot of times when you think about things like, French cuisine, Italian cinema, whatever it is, these things they are what they are because they are situated culturally, and they bear the mark of the crafts and sort of contextual sort of ideologies and approaches that have crafted them. However, software, as it is told right now through the sort of global software industry, is totally without context. It is just presented as cloud. It comes from the cloud. Where is that? No one knows. But what that means is that the decisions that are baked into software, software essentially is a lot of decisions that have been baked into a process. And so, if those decisions have come from a culture far away that doesn't share the concerns of the implementing culture, then there's going to be a mismatch as to what the software's implementation does relative to the policy and the cultural context that the software is operating in. So with open code bases, you have the ability to go in and fork or transform the software that you take from the common repository, which is sort of the global application. In the same way that a cloud application would be global, you do have a global repository, but then you can decide for yourself whether you want to fork that system and provide new ways of access, new kind of cultural context and policy context based on what your needs are within the local public organization. So in the end, the public software must reflect the values of the society that it serves. And so in order to do that, you have to be able to transform it for that. So I mentioned this before, but the software and policy together are what makes public code. So the idea is that in any kind of piece of public code that's put on offer by our foundation or others, the idea is that you would have both a repository of functional code that you could launch as a service that your system offers to its own public service or to its citizens, but also that you would have a policy white paper that describes what the effect will be on your policy system based on the launch of this piece of software. And you need to make sure, in order to bring all of the stakeholders to the table in a way that they understand what functionality and what sort of procedural changes are being made to the code on both the policy side and the software side, you have to have a way to integrate those stakeholders at the table. And public code provides a process and a set of materials that can help this kind of cohesion maintain. And so, of course, this isn't something that's brand new. A lot of cities have already, many cities that we've collaborated with already, like Amsterdam and Barcelona, have already, moved forward in the process of developing for themselves digital tools that help them run their infrastructure. Many of the code bases that we're looking at right now to help steward and scale and share between municipalities are developed in the context of, a realization that cities have been possibly taken advantage of by proprietary vendors, or the vendors don't actually provide solutions that the cities need exactly. And so they realize that they need to take on some agency of their own and begin to craft solutions. And doing that in open source is the first step towards making something that can scale and be collaborated on, because that critical issue of being open source means that you do have this non-proprietary way of looking at the code, transforming the code, working with it, and offering it back up to collaborative partners. And that's a huge part of what this process offers as an acceleration and a sort of a risk diffusion for all the people working in the process together. So some of the things that are already being sort of developed by various municipalities in this way are transit solutions, school management solutions, healthcare, sharing, libraries. All of these things are, they've become almost sort of the greatest hits of thinking about what digital infrastructure for cities could be like. But now we're seeing, a real sort of groundswell of understanding that it might really be useful to have these tools as open infrastructure, because then they become collaborative. But the thing that happens on top of that open infrastructure is this making of it as public code, and that requires another sort of layer of process, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. And so, these code bases that are all, going to serve as, core ways that we digitally transform our cities and states and possibly national governments, they really serve in a couple of really, critical ways to enable and empower the administrations that are operating them. First of all, part of the problem that one runs across in trying to shift away from proprietary code bases to open code bases is that there is risk there, and what we really need to do is build an infrastructure that allows for that risk to be diffused across a number of actors. And that's why open source is so powerful in this way, is because it brings people through a community into a group of actors that share the need for the software. And so they can collaborate on a lot of different issues. This also accelerates, of course, by adding resources across the collaborators, and it pushes back against the costs of licensing. So the foundation serves as a way to kind of frame this activity of collaboration on open source products in the context of the public sector by producing public code bases. And we do that through this process we call code-based stewardship, which is, in the same way that I was saying that cities are an ongoing process, the thing that a lot of public administrations haven't realized in the way that they treat software procurement, because of course they've come from a time where software in the minds of a lot of public servants is still in this category. There's an acronym that gets used in Europe, which is ICT. And the minute I hear this acronym, it means that people are still often thinking about IT in the way of like, oh, these are the people in the basement next to the maintenance facilities office that, plug the Ethernet into the back of the computer. But of course, while they're thinking that, Google knows more about their city than they do. So they sort of, the mindset is like slowly shifting around, who needs to, how we need to approach this headspace. So probably the most important tool that the foundation has evolved to help cities sort of begin to understand how they can collaborate and participate in this process is a document we've called the Standard for Public Code. And this document serves much like other kind of certification documents. It is a set of criteria which one can use to evaluate a code base to see whether it is something that can be shared by other organizations. Because often, as cities have developed solutions for themselves to fix problems that they see in their own operation, and they've done that in open source even, maybe that the code base is open, but the problem is that a lot of times there is no, unless you consciously are thinking about the idea that this code is going to be shared by others, you don't approach the development process in a way that leaves something behind that is usable by others. And so really what this standard is about a set of criteria that you can be mindful of as you're developing or as you're refactoring in preparation to make a piece of software open or to turn it into a public code base. You can understand how you need to present this material in a way, or continuously develop this material in a way that is accessible to everyone. So the idea that you use version control and that you use it's all well documented. These types of things that seem very straightforward. Often, if you're in a situation where you're rushing to develop a solution, especially if it's an emergency situation like these, contact tracing applications that were just built, pell-mell kind of by multiple different national scale organizations. Like a lot of times, the problem is if you hire a vendor to do that, even if it's open source, if they're not leaving this wake of like sort of context behind them as they go, then when someone returns to try and pick it up again, no one will understand, no one will be able to approach it, the vendors may be gone, and it becomes a huge onus to bear. And that's where, some people, when they come to that point in the arc of public software, open software development, they think to themselves, maybe we should have gone with some sort of proprietary solution because they would still be there for us. But part of the foundation's role is to serve as this entity that can help collaborators form a sustainable partnership that is ongoing. And this is really, I think, the point about open source in general, is that open source is people. Open source is a process of development that brings people to the table, that generate a code base. And much like the city is not, the city is a process. The city is not a set of buildings, because cities, have been, London is not the same buildings it was when it began, but it's still London. Similarly, these applications are not the same code bases they were when they began, but they are the same applications because they solve the same problem. And so what you really want to be able to do is build a community of participants, both vendors and public organizations and, sort of mediating actors like ourselves, that can create a continuous structure that allows for sustainable development, sustainable governance, a sustainable steering technically of the organization. And the sort of foundation, so to speak, of that whole process is the implementation of the standard. If code bases can support the standard, can comply with the standard, then they already are ready to serve as shareable applications between actors. And so it creates a whole ecosystem of potential code bases that people can reach out to each other, that organizations can reach out to each other with their common needs and say, hey, let's collaborate on this. And they can then both bring their technical resources up to the standard and work on that together. So I want to talk just very briefly about the other parts of stewardship. I know I have limited time here, but stewardship is really a concept that I think we're going to see a lot more of, not just in the context of public code, but in general, this process of tending collaborative public development of resources is, I think, critical. And for us in code-based stewardship for public code, we've realized that there are sort of 4 threads that we're emphasizing. I think there are maybe some others that will be, sort of emerging in the next iteration, but initially, we talk a lot about, community development is already what I've spoken about, which is that there is, the actual software, public code is people. And so identifying the actors within public organizations that will collaborate with each other on developing these tools is super important. But the idea that, the foundation can help provide many of these resources, including things like Mattermost and Jitsi and GitHub and like these kind of pieces of cloud software that we've realized are part of the open stack of creating a community, on the internet that provides real-time feedback and collaboration. But also a lot of this involves just making sure that these people know each other and understand the context that they're coming from, and sort of iteratively working through a process of governance and steering of the code bases as they go forward. With, obviously product management plays a huge role as well, in the sense that not so much from a commercial product management perspective, but sort of even in this way, like I said, when you're developing an open source solution for your own city, you don't really think about how to contextualize that for another actor. What is it about this tool that they're going to use? How will they understand the value of this? How will they actually open it up, unbox it, as we like to say? What is the process of spinning this up in a different cloud than the one that you natively operate in? And sort of spending a little time thinking about that, interestingly, improves not only another organization's ability to adopt your software, but also your own ability to make something flexible enough for your future needs, because maybe your own organization will look more like one of these other organizations that's trying to replicate it in the future. So by thinking about these issues, you create something that's a little bit more agile and adaptive. Support in this context is an interesting one, because it's really about the procurement process and the vendor relationship. So what does, if right now software services in the public sector are dominated by proprietary cloud-based companies, what does a shift in the whole ecosystem towards having more distributed and local, smaller software companies that can take a procurement from a local government and use that to adapt to one of these larger public code applications that is used by many municipalities for their local environment. And so the idea is, how do you build a process and an educational stream that brings vendors up to speed on the opportunity of participating in a public code ecosystem and the process, and potentially provides a context for introduction between vendors and cities. And so I would say probably the thing that's the core issue around what the value is that operating in this way provides is we're really, the transformation that's happened in the private sector, the big cloud platform companies have achieved their success not just because of savvy marketing and algorithms that help them create positive feedback with their users and some other insidious stuff, but they really do have like a back-end transformation that they have gone through, which has been a productive explosion, akin to the Industrial Revolution. And there are a couple of tools on the back end of coding for these companies like Google and Facebook that they have utilized in such a way that they have multiplied by tens of thousands the productivity of software companies that came before. And those two tools are version control and continuous integration. And version control basically just means you can have thousands of copies of the same piece of code, which is interesting also, by the way, to think about code both in this case as software and as policy, because we believe that this type of tool will probably come in quite handy in the way that policy becomes more rapidly adaptive as well. But version control is something that allows you to fork this, everyone downloads their own version of the software or code base that generates the software and then works on it. And then there's a managed system that allows everyone to resolve any conflicts between the changes that were made at the far end. And so what that means is, sort of like the Industrial Revolution created the production line, the version control creates thousands of production lines that then reconverge at the end. And that reconvergence has one phase, which is the merge process within version control. And then the next phase, which is what we call continuous integration, which is the idea that, it used to be that softwares had very discrete versions that, you have to now go and download, the new version of Microsoft Word and install it, and it uninstalls the previous version and things break and everything's weird and you have to figure it out again. Whereas continuous integration is a process, that basically results in the type of experience that you might see on a Google Cloud interface, where changes are slowly being introduced because they're being merged back into the code base, but it's not a huge jump. It's just something that is like a slow evolutionary process. And that is really something that allows for much more agile adaptation of software solutions, because they're just slowly changing to meet the needs without being completely blown apart and put back together again. And so this kind of fluid mechanism for both, managing a huge collaborative process across multiple cities and then taking that into something that then can be redeployed into many different implementations that are running in many different places seamlessly is, potentially creates a very different type of ecosystem for the operation of public software. So I wanted to go really quickly through kind of a hypothetical example of what version control and continuous integration would look like. So let's hypothetically say that Amsterdam has built a traffic management system that they really love in open source. They brought it up to the standard. So it turns out that Barcelona has a need for this type of tool, and so that they actually they download an instance of this code base into their local system, and then they start making some changes. They of course need more languages added. They realize that they need to make a templating system for how you would make things more than one language. And so the interesting part about version control is that now, rather than having taken that away and said, bye, we made some changes, instead they can now offer that back up into the central system. Hey, we made some changes there. It's about being bilingual. Maybe you'd want to accept that back into the core code base. Let's say that Brussels now, because of the bilingualness, is like, hey, we can also now use the system. So they download it and they decide that they want to add an air quality feedback loop to that. And so they go out and get a separate procurement, and that procurement abides by, with a vendor that's already had some education on what it means to participate in an ecosystem like this. So they can work with vendors in other cities that are also working on public code bases. They comply with the standard of public code, and they make some changes, they add some components, and that can be easily recontributed. And then of course, it goes back to Barcelona, and then finally all the way back, because everybody is using the same code base, the same version control system, and that flow of adaptivity harnesses a distributed and collaborative set of resources that involve public-private ecosystems, actors within the government, actors in the private sector, and then these frameworks that the foundation helps set up, like governance committees and steering committees and repositories and community systems that allow for this whole system to function with a metabolism that keeps it alive and moving forward as a process. So I think I'm going to leave it there. I know that was a that was quite a sort of fast tour through a lot of information, but I'm around for questions, and of course my colleagues are going to be available later on, and we have some other announcements to make just after this. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ben, for this really, really great presentation, for all the insights that you shared. I think what you're doing at the Foundation for Public Code is really what many cities are now looking to. How can we share what we're producing ourselves? How can we share the software, and how can we together improve it? So this is really something fundamental in going forward. And you mentioned the standard for public code, Ben, and I'm so excited that we are, and thanks really to you guys at the Foundation for Public Code. We have launched just now our City by City Academy with the first public code open online course. And it's now basically open to register for everyone. You can just go on the website. You can select under our courses that you're just seeing on the website the introduction to the standard for public code. You can enroll for free, and you can explore the different parts that make up the standard for public code. And you can also see who's behind it. So the different code-based stewards that you mentioned, Ben, are giving the introductions to the different standards. So yeah, I just invite everyone to go there, explore it, and if you find a bug, let us know. We're Open and Agile, right? The email address is also on the website. So if you find something that doesn't work, let us know and we'll fix it.
Yeah, we're really excited to share this, and yeah, definitely welcome your feedback. It's definitely an iterative process, so we're going to be evolving this as we go. But I do think that this will very much serve as an introduction to thinking about how one could approach implementing the standard for public code on code bases that you're working with in your own organizations, or also what to expect, if you're going to try and participate in a collaboration process that already is using public code. You can sort of see what the criteria are for how we all operate together.
Thanks, Ben, and thanks for being our guinea pig. So this is the inaugural course on the CITYxCITY Academy. Of course, more will be coming up among the topics, the fair AI and so on that we've been discussing. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And now we are moving to our last session away from public code to digital twins. And we will have a really exciting panel as well with examples from the region of Flanders, Athens, Pilsen, from the Duet projects, from Microsoft, from the city of Vienna. And we'll also hear from the Open Geospatial Consortium and the Fiber Foundation about what are the foundations for such digital twins. So hang on, we will be right back with Davor here, who will be moderating from our headquarters, and see you on the other side.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the almost final event. So, well, it's the final session actually. After this, we have the closing. It's a session that's probably on one of the most hot topics of the moment. We had to, so if you organize a festival in the smart cities domain, you might also, for example, think about organizing just a festival just on digital twins, but we decided to kind of contain our enthusiasm a little bit, and instead group some of, I think, the more advanced and also important players, industry representatives, also use case owners of digital twins in Europe, around the world as well. So we have quite a lineup. We have Bartel Lathauer from the Open from OGC, who will be presenting some thoughts, the perspectives from the geospatial side. We have Ulrich Ahle of the Fireware Foundation, who will also be enlightening us, let's say, with the Fireware approach to smart cities and the role these European open technologies can play in advancing and connecting the data to digital twins and so forth. But I'll leave that. Of course, this is very aligned with, let's say, the philosophy and actually also the technology that OASC looks at. Then we dive into it. So we have Jose from Microsoft talking about the Azure Digital Twin, which is being used, I think, in many places to kind of get it done. We have Lieve Raas, who is coordinating I think the largest and probably only beefy European connecting digital twin project called Duet. So we'll be talking about that. And then last but certainly not least, we have two speakers from Vienna. We have Sarah and Hubert, who will be discussing or presenting the work that Vienna is doing. It'll be a bit of a loose format, so we'll try to kind of blend the talks with discussions, but we'll see where we are on time. We have some flexibility, of course, the closing session being right after this. So I hope you are all as excited as we are to kick off this session. Without further ado, Bart, the floor is yours, and we're all keen to hear your message.
All right, super. Let me start off by sharing my screen so you can hear what I say. Thank you, Davor, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm in great company in this session as well. So fantastic. My name is Bart Lathauer. I'm the president of the OGC. And so a quick word on the OGC. We are the hub for thought leadership for all things geospatial. So we're most known for our standards activities, but we could not be doing that if we would not have a community to serve for. So actually, as in parallel or almost in parallel with the session here today, we had a specific focused what we call a location powers on the urban digital twin that I have been attending, and I took some of the highlights to share with you here today. So as a foundation for the digital urban twin, location information is everywhere. You cannot imagine a digital twin without the location information, preferably in 3D, where you can look at a city through the city model, where we combine fast-moving data with slow-moving data or sensor information that we bring into a city model that is semantically enriched. Purpose-focused sharing of data is important. We recommend doing that over open consensus-based standards. And when you use standards, use the ones that are well known. That's a concept called the pivotal points of interoperability. Another recommendation, and also a little bit of a personal soapbox, is not to create new smart city standards. There's enough standards out there already, and to use the general ICT accepted concepts. For OASC here, the minimum interoperability mechanisms, which I'm a big fan of, and also that we endorsed in the Espresso project that ran 2 years ago. And for me, really, that is the interoperable components, not to go for grand design. And the reason not to go for grand design is that we have an ecosystem of digital twins. You have digital twins for health, for transportation, for underground infrastructure. And there cannot be just one system. These systems have to interoperate with each other using the well-known standards, using the ICT concepts that are out there. I think semantic technologies will play an important role as we move forward with digital twins. I think they will, and the next speaker, Ulrich, will certainly touch on that, is to avoid silos of information, of which we have enough now. And so really what we need to do is to break down these silos and make information flow more easily. I think the semantic technologies, amongst others, are the way to go. So that's a quick intro from my side. Turn it back to you so that we can save some time and have a more discussion. There you go. Alvar, back to you.
Oh, sorry, I was still muted. Thank you, Bart, for that overview. I don't know if any of the other speakers want to jump in at this point, or maybe we give the floor to Ulrich first for also some of the vision before we kind of dive into the format. Ulrich?
Yeah.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, then let me start my presentation. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I'm Ulrich Ahle, CEO of the 5R Foundation. And Davor, thank you for inviting me to this event, to this session. All of you who have been in this session for the last 2 days heard already a lot about 5R and how it contributes to the MIMS. And I would like to enhance a bit and to add a bit, Bart, to your view. And we see that more and more of our life is becoming digital, and our digital life plays around the digital twin and data and context information describing what's happening around us, what's happening in a city, what, where, when, and why. And here, as Bart said, the where is also very important. But as Bart said, today, this information are very often organized in silos. In silos because interfaces don't fit to each other, data models don't fit to each other, company policies do not support the provision and the exchange of data, or that there is fear that the data sovereignty is not maintained, that there's a fear to lose data, to lose know-how, to lose business. And our mission at 5R is to break down these silos and to make data available on platforms for smart solutions to, when talking about a city, on the one hand, to reduce the cost of operating a city, and on the other hand, to improve the quality of life of people living in the city. And with this, there is the approach to create the digital twin. So to create and get information from all entities within a city, from buildings, from shops, from vehicles, from people, probably also from people, bring it into the digital twin representation, then use artificial intelligence, use big data analytics to analyze, to process, to visualize, to monitor this data, and back out of the digital twin to provide information to the real world, to do fact-based decisions, or also to automate decisions and actions. And the structure you can see on the left is also the structure for the overall architecture of 5R. You see it here on the left. So what is 5R? 5R is open source technology. We are providing open source software building blocks to create smart city platforms, to create applications in cities. And we are bringing, an API, which is, and I'll come to that on the next slide, since 2 years a standard in smart cities. And out of the software building blocks, we do have the context broker. The 5R context broker is the main software building blocks. We call them generic enablers. And if you remember from this page, NGSI and context broker, then we are on the right way, because the context broker has been elected by all European member states to become a standard building block recommended by the European Commission to be used when creating digital solutions. It's in a program called Connecting Europe Facility, which has the aim to create the digital single market of the European Commission. And on the left side, this standard API became an ETSI standard for context information management in smart cities called NGSI LD, because also JSON LD is supported. And the third element is that we started 2 years ago an approach to define common data models. Together with cities, initially with 12 so-called frontrunner smart cities. Vienna is part of them. And in the meantime, let me just mention and bring the relation to the MIMS, to the minimum interoperability mechanisms, where NGSI is one of the possible implementations of MIM1, and the data models are an implementation of the MIM2, coming to common harmonized data models. And these data models are all published on GitHub under a source called Smart Data Models. And in the meantime, dozens of different data models have been developed and have been agreed on a global scale for different applications in cities, helping cities in their digital transformation journey. And this journey typically goes in 4 steps. First, to break down the silos using standard APIs, and also in the second step using standard data models. Then in the third step, not only to work with static data, with historic data, but get access to what we call write-time data or write-time context information. And in a fourth step, in the final step, once a city has been able to create its smart city platform, to provide this platform also to third parties in the city, to other organizations, to dealers, to shops, to companies, and allow them to provide their data via this smart city platform, and also to monetize their data, because open data not necessarily means always that these data are for free. Otherwise, a data economy will not become reality. And again, with this, we are implementing MIMS. Again, the MIM1 for the API, MIM2 for the data models, and MIM3 for the data exchanges, for the data marketplaces. Yeah, and this is my input for this discussion, which will follow during the course of this hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ulrich, for an excellent presentation that gives a really good overview, I think, of what Fireware is doing, also how you guys have grown over the years. And it's also clear, I think, from the presentation why we have been such good friends for years.
Yeah.
So that before we jump to the next speakers, we have a question from the audience. They reach me by text, so somebody else reads them, so I don't have all the context. But Ricardo Pino asked, "What about the IFC standard?" And I assume that was directed to Bart. Yeah.
Yep.
So could you comment on that?
Yes,
please?
absolutely. So IFC is the standard made by Building Smart International, and that is an interoperability format specifically for design and operate buildings. We work very closely with Building Smart. The digital model that we provide for cities made in CityGML, and we both work together to align them. We have a white paper out that was released in March, I believe. So if you search for OGC paper on IFC and CityGML interoperability, you will see how that works. We have joint specifications as well that are part now of IFC and CityGML. It's called the alignment specification for road design and rail. And so we have a pretty intense relationship with that organization, because we feed off each other. Think of how you maintain a city model. If you get the IFC for a specific building, you turn that into CityGML. Every building that is recognized by a city, you need to have the plans. If they deliver them in IFC, then they could actually update your city model. And that's a great way of interacting. If they contribute, they can use the city model for the planning. So folks online, if you want to hear more about that interoperability, search for FCP1, Fox Charlie Papa 1 from the OGC. It's all specified in there. Thank you for a great question.
Thanks, Bart, also for a great answer. Right? It really sounds like you're on top of that.
Oh, yeah. So, it's huge for me. Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to listen to. Are there any questions from the panelists at this moment? Or do we go to the next speaker? If there are no burning questions, I would like to offer...
Maybe I could just underline something what Ulrich said earlier, and that is that use of the semantic technologies and going back to the roots of information, not predefined models that have a lot of inflexibilities, but go to the atoms of information which sits in these semantic models, and it's Ulrich and I have talked about this in the past, and so absolutely great that is the way to go, I believe as well. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Any further? Yeah, it's more difficult than with a physical room, of course. I have to kind of wait and see if somebody pops up. If not, then I would like to offer the floor to Jose from Microsoft. Jose, could you briefly introduce yourself and also talk about all the stuff that Azure is doing? Because well, we get a lot of that news. It's cool things.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Jose Antonio Ndibiela. I'm working for Microsoft Western Europe as the public sector government industry executive specialized in cities. And I would like to cover the next minutes of what's our position related to the digital twins. We see that around 80% of our European cities are seriously considering to build an urban data platform. An area where they can gather all the different available data that today, as we have seen, is mainly based on silos, and then integrate it all in a data lake. But these data needs to provide insights and value to the city and the citizens, and the concept of building a digital twin on top of that is wonderful. Is wonderful basically because it's responding to these three main questions, is giving us the chance to integrate different areas, different data from many different silos that today we have in our city. I remember a city that I visited and they told me that they had 22 different citizens databases, okay? So a hard task to integrate them all. Also, this allows us to run simulations. So we don't have to disrupt or disturb our citizens making physical labs or changing things here or there, or them testing this solution or testing this potential new methodology to move traffic or to avoid pollution. We can run simulations. We can be seated in our cockpit and trying to simulate what if scenarios in our city. So that's one of the biggest benefits. And also we can use innovation. We can use artificial intelligence to extract insights. There's a noise there, okay, better. So we can use artificial intelligence to extract insights from all this massive amount of data and then provide unexpected and incredible new services to our citizens. Some of the new scenarios are described here, but we can imagine absolutely wonderful things based on this data. To make this happen, we from Microsoft have added into our Azure stack a new area, we call it Azure Digital Twins, that is basically semantic model that is fully based on the OASI NGSI LD standard. So our partners and our customers can design their digital twins fully compliant with this standard. Also, we are adding all of our Azure IoT set of different products and solutions that are integrating, are providing security, are developing the concept of edge computing, and are also connecting with the rest of the internal IT, where we have teams, we have civil servants moving and talking about different internal applications. We have designed the digital twin definition language that is entitling all of our partner ecosystem to integrate the different data to avoid these silos that we have seen. And we are mentioning here some of the most relevant partners in each and every area. And as you can see here, we are using for the smart cities the Open and Agile Smart Cities standards into this ontology for the digital twin definition language. That way, we can help different customers. We will see this later. We help IMEC to develop this wonderful project in the European Union, the project Do It. Also, we are working very intensively with Bentley systems in many cities across the European geography with their Open Planner solution, and many other that are delivering on this promise for a digital twin. And we are also helping to reshape the city, understand the distances in the city, and reaccommodate the city to the new standards because of the COVID. Many cities are seriously considering this reorganization of the spaces, accommodating new Corona bike lanes. This was invented in Paris to allow these micro electric vehicles to use the spaces and going for the 15 minutes ideal city. We have heard about the 1 minute ideal city now from Stockholm. And again, the idea is to reuse the public space for new proposals and making the city more social, more human. And finally, we have announced very recently at the Smart City Live this wonderful solution from Siemens. The MindSphere City Graph is working together with Bentley systems, and again, is fully based on the Azure Digital Twins or in the Open and Agile Smart Cities NGS ILD standard. So different options, different solutions, all of them integrating on Azure, and a wonderful way to finally take control of the city, take control of the data, and provide massive and very special value to the citizens. And that's basically my position and my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose, for that presentation. It was really good to see kind of the overview of, well, not just what you're doing, but what you can kind of bring to the table, and you know, as Microsoft. And it's, of course, we've been kind of in touch over the past year or so, looking at how we can get, you know, interoperability, open standards at the forefront of you know, digital twins there. So it's a kind of an ongoing story. I think it's a really good well setting we're seeing here, because I'm hearing quite converging signals also, correct me if I'm wrong, in the rest of the panel, is that everybody seems to be more or less on the same page on, okay, how we can make this work. And then when I look at the you know, the partner slide that you bring to the table, and I know Fireware also has you know, quite a bit of industry firepower behind it. It's you know, the digital twins are also that type of convergence, you know, where you see kind of those models deliver on that. So it's really good to see, and I think it's going quite well in an interesting direction. So we're happy to kind of you know, well, have a continuing conversation on that. Lieven, Duet was already mentioned by oh, sorry, the rest of the panel. Do they want to kind of jump in on Jose's presentation? Any comments, questions, remarks before I kind of go to? All good? Yep. All right. So leaving Jose mentioned already the Duet project. Of course, as OASC, we already know what the project is about. We're a partner, but it's such a great story. I think how it grew and what it intends to deliver. And I know very well also the kind of the way the project started was very charming in the sense that, you know, there was this kind of deconstruction and then building up. Okay, that's not the digital twin. That's not the digital twin. And we kind of had this exercise of trying to, you know, define based on existing technologies and evolutions what then we should be aiming for. So I think it's kind of a very well-footed project. It's being managed very well. I think it's spreading out already. Lots of kind of well, impetus is behind it. But even before I you know, talk too much about your section, I'd like to invite you to present the Duet project, please. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Davor, and thank you also, Jose, for mentioning the project and for inviting the Duet Consortium in this wonderful session. So I'll now share my screen. Sorry, that's the wrong button. Presentation mode. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So maybe yes, a few words about Duet Consortium and project. So we are in consortium with 15 partners. Project started almost a year ago, the end of 2019. Yeah, maybe what's important to mention is that also questioning the demand from the European Commission for that particular call was not only building a digital twin for use amongst people in the city, decision makers, politicians, and so on, but also especially what can a digital twin also mean for the broader public. And therefore, the title here is a digital twin for better public decision making. And public can be seen here twofold, toward the audience, toward the citizens, and of course also decision making in the public sector. I don't have to explain here what digital twin is. I only want to say that this is a technology that can disrupt the status quo, not only technically, but also in terms of cooperation in a big city, in a region as Flanders, where I live and where I work for. But also between regions, between countries and local communities. Of course, the heritage of a digital twin lies in the make industry. I think that digital city twins add an extra layer of complexity to the concept and maybe not in, let's say, the design part of sensors and all the stuff around, but especially in combining different data sets, different information, different sectors in an administration that has to work together. And so this adds an extra layer of complexity. And this layer especially that we also want to emphasize in Duet, next to, of course, the technical things we have to solve and challenges we have to face. So when we started, of course, about how can we apply a digital twin concept in today's smart city, of course, those things are here on the slides are quite obvious. Make things easier to interpret, the effect of one decision to another one in a different sector, provide an integrated view of the city, but also facilitates data-driven decision-making and evidence-based decision-making as well as a very important part. So this brings us as a government, as a project, and so on, to another way of entrepreneurial thinking and working on agile processes. So this is about open innovation on government decision making, and to do that, we have to connect several legacy systems in our local communities, regions, and so on. We have to make data understandable, and we can do that by making it interoperable, of course, but that's not the only thing we have to take care about. We have to explore the policy impact, and there also the ethical dimension of digital twin comes in. Because the way you present your information is really important and must be focused on your target groups. And this is quite difficult to let's say, give the same kind of information to groups with a completely different backgrounds. And of course, what we also want to do is, what we are working on and experimenting with, the innovation we do, to share it between cities and regions across Europe. And you will see also in a few slides in our pilots we are working with, those are in fact also geographically 3 entirely different pilots, and that makes it also very interesting. So concept-wise, as you know, in every good European project, you have to provide a figure like this, giving an overall view of what we're trying to explain and try to do. Of course, here on the top of the slide, we have, of course, the different data sources we want to use, and voluntary data, citizen science data is also into account. So not only commercial data and government data. We want to, of course, use the cloud to access all the data, and we want to use different technologies. The European Commission focused also the digital twin aspect on high performance computing. So we are working on that as well. And we also want to work on improving European cloud infrastructure. Of course, what we want to do is giving a digital representation of the city and in fact trying to give a real life view with 2D but also and 3D visualizations. And in fact, what we also want to do policy-wise is to use the design implementation evaluation cycle. We have worked on for 3 years on another project I coordinated, Polyvisu. And to implement this way of fast cycles into the digital twin solution as well. And of course, we will work with digital sister platforms throughout Europe, also in Flanders, and so on. So this is, in fact, in a nutshell, the concept. A few words about the pilots. We work with 3 entirely different pilots. Pilsen in Czech Republic, close to the German border. On a European scale, a smaller city of 160,000 inhabitants, quite centralized in the region there. We have a metropolitan area, Athens in Greece, and we have Flanders, which is in fact a region of cities comparable with the Ruhr area, the British Midlands, or Randstad Nederland. Which gives also a completely different way of cooperating, working together, and so on in a digital twin. So each of those 3 pilots are completely different, are also in, let's say, regions in Europe with a different way of policy making and a different culture as well. So that makes it really interesting. For the use cases, and it's not only the Flanders one, we started, of course, with discussing in the 3 pilots, cities and regions, what are the topics on the table. And in this word cloud, you can see, in fact, 4 important domains. Mobility, health, environment, that will surprise no one, I think, spatial planning as well. But the public safety aspect came also very prominent, became very prominent. And then we are talking about public safety like crime monitoring, but also reducing traffic accidents, the impact of planning and safety, and this kind of stuff was, let's say, the aspect that surprised me the most, that it was so prominent, even more than the energy problem, for example. A few words about the implementation. We have just launched our first alpha version, so the layout is not yet there. But what's important is that we want to try and to combine different models. So what we want to do is, of course, calculate, for example, the impact of a traffic model and changes in traffic on air quality, on noise levels, and so on. And what we want to do in our architecture is, of course, is to see how we can exchange events where one model directly influence another. And that's, of course, important to break down the silos as well. So as mentioned before, breaking down the silos, I think a digital twin is an ideal solution to do that. Another pilot case we're working on in Antwerp together with IMEC, also already mentioned, is in fact the aspect of crowd control. During the COVID-19 outbreak, it's really important to monitor the 1.5 meter distance. And to do that, in fact, you can make, or you can use a combination of different sensors. And what you see here in the 2D map, it's not very advanced, but is a combination already of Wi-Fi sniffers, automatic number plate recognition cameras, data coming from mobile phones, mobile providers, things monitored on smart lightning poles, cameras on safe crossings. And by bringing all those data together, you can get extra insights in how people move around the city. And I think this is a perfect example how a mashup of different sensors in a city can help solving let's say an immediate problem where a sensor alone on itself cannot solve the problem. So this is, I think, a really interesting way of combining city data. This is a very rough view on, let's say, what we call YTT data, yesterday, today, tomorrow data on noise levels here in the city of Pilsen, for example. Just a few words about the architecture. We are using, let's say, a quite well-known and used way of a layered approach, starting from infrastructure data aggregation layer, and there is where the interoperability comes in. And then we are using business layers and then presentation layers. And those presentations are really important because we also want to go to the public with the duet results. And of course, as a vertical pillar, we have the security as well. But what when it becomes really important, I think, is the way we want to work on an open solution. And just before the Corona outbreak, we said, okay, we need a kind of a viral approach. And so we use it, or we built this kind of T-cell design, where in fact we want to work with a very small component, a data and message broker, that, let's say, monitor.
We need to start wrapping up. Could you speed up a little bit?
Okay, sorry. And where so all the information come together from different sources, and where different, let's say, models, public or private sector models, visualizations, and so on come together and can be integrated in an open solution. So to conclude, so in the next 2 years, we will roll out further, of course, the concept. We will make it open for testing, so you're all welcome to test. Just here a little bit of advertising on our website, on, let's say, also a MOOC we have built for a former European project on digital twins, not only, but also on how to use information, or how can you visualize information. And we will start next February with another European project, which is called Urbanage, where Flanders will be a pilot together with Helsinki and Santander, where we will also test in Flanders and the different cities how personal data can work together with digital twin solutions to work on, let's say, advice directed to your personal situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieven, for that presentation. I think it gives a really good overview of what the Duet project is and what it wants to do. Could you stop sharing the slides for a moment? Thank you. So that was great. A question I'd have is, listening to the speakers before we go to Vienna, is the regional component. So we talk about that, but let's say you have a mid-sized city or a smaller city. What is the latch-on point? So how do they get access to the capabilities that the digital twin offers? Is that as a kind of a subject from the big city infrastructure and where the mobility paths happen to cross there, or is there some kind of an the smaller operational capabilities, are they also distributed, let's say, to smaller municipal governments? So that's a question maybe also to everybody. What is the scale where it doesn't become feasible anymore in terms of city size? Is that something that you have encountered or are looking at?
Maybe to start with, from my perspective, in smaller cities or even in rural areas, the basic requirements are not different to the ones in cities. The only difference is big cities can afford to create their own solutions, whereas mid-sized cities or even rural areas are not able to do so. And in the meantime, we have quite good examples of complete regions who are joining forces, going the same way. A very good example, José, talking about Badajoz in Spain. They have created, as the capital has, I think, Badajoz city has 150,000 people, and then there are a lot of smaller cities, and they joined forces, created a platform, a smart city platform for the whole region, bringing in the meantime roughly 30 different smart solutions onto this platform, and the different cities from the region can pick those applications which fit to them, all based on the same platform, using similar functionalities, joining forces and sharing cost. So I think this is an appropriate way to go and to bring digital solutions also to smaller cities and to rural areas.
I think I cannot tell you the difference between a city and a region. The concept is evolving to the idea of metropolitan area. From the human perspective, I have studied in my doctoral thesis that everything that is reachable in less than 90 minutes is the same city. So Amsterdam, Rotterdam, the same city. Also integrated with Antwerp. Paris is not Paris, is the Ile-de-France. Berlin is also a very large conurbation. So from the human perspective, we are talking about exactly the same city. So all these kind of solutions are also integrating, providing those services. Because from the human perspective, you have mentioned Badajoz, all this area is exactly the same city. And in my opinion, we are going to a Europe made of around 100 metropolitan areas, big metropolitan areas.
I agree, and I think one of the really important elements is also on the European level, I think, is to see, okay, which data sets can be used on a European level, which data sets are available on the national or regional level, and what's specific on the city level. And a digital twin is about combining all those different data layers and creating added value on top of that. And for me, that's also where a digital twin is about, bringing those data together. And we have done massive investments in open data, but we all know that the number of good applications are behind from private sector and from public sector. And I think a digital twin there is a really good instrument to also make all those investments more valuable. Mm. Yeah. It's all taxpayers' money.
Mm. Yeah. If I can chip in, Davor, here, I think the Commission has a program. It's called what is it? Small Giants. Even the smallest city now has a GIS department, and I think that's the enabling pin. Not because I'm the geospatial guy here on board, but every city has a geospatial, and if we work with the well-known standards, even the smaller cities can hook up, and so there should not be any limitations. Of course, bigger cities can do that, bigger investment and all that, but the basic infrastructure should be available to all the cities.
Good. Thank you for those comments. Vienna, if you have a comment, you're welcome to attach it in front or after your slot, but the floor is yours.
Just to sum it up on the topic of small cities, I think we sometimes heard now the topic data silos, and also small cities have these problems as well. So if we achieve to generate a city information model in small cities as well to connect data sets, they can also benefit from that. So it's not a matter of the size of the city.
Cool. So I think we can continue with the presentation from Vienna, which we haven't had yet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us. I think it's a wonderful panel here, and I like the visions which you have been showing, and we share them. In our presentation, we want to focus on a very specific aspect of digital twins. We call our project Digital Geo Twin. So what does Geo with the twin? Yeah, my name is Hubert Lehner. I'm working for the city administration, and in the Department of Surveying and Mapping, I'm responsible for photogrammetry and 3D modeling. And together with my colleague, Saralina Kodash, we are leading this project Digital Geo Twin. Well, our perception as well is that for a digital twin or a digital urban twin, you need like a 3D replica of the physical space. And there has to be data integrated in this virtual space, so to build up a city information model. And there has to be information after analysis and simulation going back to reality to have better decisions. And what is our aspect? As I said, we're working for the Department of Surveying and Mapping. So our daily work is to produce geodata. And the goal of our project is to create a semantic vector-based 3D city model. So you might say that's standard meanwhile, but we want to go a bit a different way than it has been done in the past. So we have a lot of surveying data, and of course, all the surveying data is 3D, but it's not just one data source. It's photogrammetry, it's terrestrial surveying. It's meanwhile also mobile mapping data, which is part of this surveying data. And all this data we want to combine to 3D city objects. So in the past, city models have been buildings only. And then, of course, cities try to get further, and they combined the buildings and a terrain model, added bridges, maybe vegetation, and some street infrastructure, street furniture. But we want to see it like as a whole, so that like every object in the city is modeled. And the benefit for us is geodata production department is that we want to derive other geodata products, like 2D products, from this 3D scene. Because basically, if you look from the top view on the digital geotwin, then you will see it's more or less a city map. If you start modeling data, then you have to decide like what level of detail should it have. And for building models, we have been studying that already, looking at all our data. Everybody knows the level of detail concept from CityGML. There's meanwhile also this improved specifications from publication of TU Delft. We added there one column for our needs. So what our aim is to have photogrammetric roof, dormers, but just the big ones. But then also we want to have overbuilt areas in the model. And where do we get all the data from? As said, from photogrammetry, terrestrial surveying, and the facade structures we achieve from mobile mapping. There has been a campaign in 2017-18 and one in 20. And at the moment, we are extracting data from these data sets. Then from LLD2 to LLD3, you need to add openings in the model. So here, this is not possible to measure it manually anymore. Here we're just looking at artificial intelligence or building analysis, what is possible or how it's possible to extract openings, windows, and doors, but not just for visual aspects, but also to get this data back to the models, because it adds more geometry to the model, but also more information to the model. So you have then also, you know how many floors a building has, for example. Well, and then I want to hand over to Saralina, and she will talk about the use cases.
Thank you, Hubert. So we'll just quickly jump into the use cases that we defined to embed the digital geotwin into the digital twin of the city of Vienna. Please go to the next slide. Thank you. So our first use case is linked data. Why? Common methods, we heard it before now, are that you overlay data sets, that you integrate data sets from one department into another one. Our goal is to link the databases within the city of Vienna from different departments via IDs or link tables. Of course, that's depending on the different data relationships that we have there. And what are the benefits? It's possible to track the differences in the data records. Although the data sets are still only linked, that means that they can be edited independently. And this leads us to the goal to create a city information model with linked data sets of all departments in the city of Vienna with the corresponding geo objects that we model in our geotwin. And of course, another benefit is that we can also add additional information from the geo objects, if we think about geo objects for the whole city, not only buildings, to the department data sets. If we think, for example, about a tree cataster and we have the measured tree, then we can add, for example, the tree height to it or the volume of a building. There are many examples for it. And the database links and the connections between the department datasets will also be available in the geodata products that are derived from the digital geotwin. Exactly. If we go to the second use case, it's the use case planning data. Why is planning the second use case? If you think about planning data in the city, 3D data is very often generated in the planning process, and in the course of the process, of the planning process, it goes from an area definition up to BIM models. And there is not a standard that one department uses. There is a wide range of data formats, and the data is often stored locally, analog, or in a digital way. So there is no central place where the planning data of the city is stored. And the data is often also not geo-referenced. Our vision is to create a planning twin. This is a central database which includes all the planning data from all stadiums. And this would also support the planning process, of course. And the benefits, if you have this planning twin, are, of course, that you can carry out simulations from an early stage on, like the visual impact on the cityscape or also the effects on the microclimate, and so on. And of course, planning plays a big part in the public relations work and also in the citizen participation. This brings us to the last use case, simulation. Why simulation? Everyone knows that there is a great interest on the effects of plannings in the city and the effects on the urban living space. These are small-scale analysis and also city-wide analysis. And the range of simulation goes from wind flow, from shadowing, up to flood scenarios, and also to the disruptive events like, for example, bombing. And what are the benefits here? If we really simulate these situations in advance, we can consider these results in all city planning projects and also in the decision-making processes in advance. And another benefit is if you think about the relationship between simulations and linked databases. If we go into the example of a bomb diffusing, if we know the buildings and we know through linking of data sets how many people are living in there, you can calculate and calculate and see how many people are affected and how many people you need to evacuate. Or the second example goes for flood simulations. If you have a flood in the city and you know which geo-objects buildings are affected, and these buildings are connected to the facility management data, you know, for example, which material they are made of, and then you can really calculate how much damage is there and which buildings and infrastructure are affected from it. Another use case that we haven't on our slides is the use case sensor data, IoT, of course, you mentioned it in your presentations. So that was a short sketch up and summary of our project of the digital geotwin. And if there are any questions, feel free to ask them.
Thank you for that presentation. I think it's really, really awesome how, you know, practical it all is. It's being you know, invented on one hand, it's being then deployed on the other, and it drives this real value. So kudos for kind of, you know, the innovation to practice. It's a really awesome presentation, and I think, you know, it's very valuable to the audience of the festival, but the whole network, I think, in general, also including, of course, the other speakers. So we'll make sure to kind of promote this. The content we've seen in this session, I think, was just amazing. We don't have too much time, but I'd like to ask the speakers maybe to comment on the Vienna project, or deliver some final remarks, so we can start slowly going towards a closing of the session. Or maybe if there are any questions.
Maybe I can start after we saw all these different presentations, looking from different angles onto the same topic, the digital twin. And I'd like to come back, Bart, to your presentation when you mentioned the role of system of systems. And I think system of systems and digital twin are two sides of the same coin. They belong together, and I'm very much convinced that in larger ecosystems and in cities, we are talking about a larger ecosystem, we need much more this approach of system of systems, because one single platform will not be able to serve all requirements and to solve all problems within a city. So we need more the interaction of different platforms, of different systems. We've started with one approach last year together with the city of Heidelberg, where we made a system of system approach between Fiverr and SAP. But two systems is not what we mean with system of systems. So we are talking about really several systems which need to work together. And again, here, MIM1 and MIM2 play an utmost important role, having same APIs, same data models as an enabler to work together.
I just like to check and also a little bit to share one of the it's not a scientific outcome, but it's an outcome of some of the interviews we had about digital twins in cities. And one of the things we noticed was the fact that high-level policymakers are very much in favor of the digital twin concept and of and breaking down the silos and the barriers, let's say, and are very well aware of this. When you're talking to some people in the different departments, like the environmental department or the city planning department or mobility department, some of them at least have the tendency to say, okay, we have our systems up and running. They're doing what we want and expect they should do. And they're a little bit afraid, probably, I'm not sure about that. This is the exact problem or feeling, that a digital twin will disrupt their way of working in their department. So what we noticed was, let's say that that there could be a bigger demand on management level and a smaller demand on the work floor, and that was a little bit the opposite of what some of us in the consortium would expect, or had expected. Mm-hmm. Do you share this feeling? Do you recognize this? Also, it's just an open question.
Well, I do understand it. I think, GIS is so central, right, to the way a lot of departments operate. But I think great remark, and of course eager to listen to what the others have to say. But I'd like to add another question: is like, do digital twins, because GIS is also something of a rabbit hole. You can make it insanely awesome, right? But you can also just do like minimal stuff. So for the cities that don't have that, like huge, like awesome setup, do digital twins represent a leapfrog? Maybe that a leapfrog opportunity where they could actually not invest in all that kind of stuff and just get the next gen type of things. So that's a question I would have also. Sorry to kind of semi-hijack that question even, but yeah, great question, thanks. So please.
Yeah, Davor, let me step in on the disruption. We're always on the lookout and waiting for the next disruption. Some of the things that we have seen is that, and I look at the previous presentations, is that location, the sharing the information on location could be a disruption in the industry. And there's a variety of solutions for the smaller, for the biggers. So I think it's just that awareness of that location has mainstreamed. Let me put it that way. I think in the past, location was in that GIS bubble. What we've seen the past couple of years is really that outcoming into location can now be shared using normal, regular ICT standards. I call out the OGC APIs, which work as other solutions out there. And I think that is a big enabler to what you just said. If I can pick up on some of the previous speakers on how they rounded it up, I'm fully agreeing with what was said earlier, so I'm not going to repeat it. What Ulrich said, for instance, totally agree. But just maybe a call out to everyone that is watching us here is, breaking down silos, creating standards, bringing people together does not happen automatically. People come to OWASP, people come to the OGC, people come to FIWARE and to the varieties of initiatives. I think, first of all, let's us here in this group come more together. We've been coming together, but let's intensify that. But also for everyone on the line is join an initiative. We all need to learn from each other. These things don't happen just like that. We do it because you have the use cases. We do it because you have the technology. And so really that is that warm reach out that I'm doing to everyone is like join an initiative. And it doesn't matter if you're a small or a bigger city, you'll learn on the way. So it's always a good investment to join a community of practice.
Any other remarks, comments?
Well, I want to say that this is mainly associated to the City of Things, and we need to keep in mind that we have as well citizens, and we have a massive amount of data about our citizens, and we need to integrate as well these two worlds, cities of things and cities of citizens. That's as a remark. Okay.
Absolutely, we do it for the citizens and nothing else. Absolutely, you're right, Jose.
Yeah, but here comes another dimension into the game that when talking about data about citizens, that we need to really improve the trust in data sovereignty. Yeah, that the data of the citizens are not misused, because if there is not trust and if there's not confidence, then there will be resistance, and we definitely need to avoid this.
Exactly, because when we are talking about things, we are talking about IoT, very fast data acquisition, stream analytics. So it is not so relevant, the security, but when we are talking about data from citizens, then we need to be very careful because it's very sensitive. Then the security, the privacy are the main and the key topics to discuss. It's completely different.
Agree.
So, Any final words, comments? If not, I'll start wrapping up this session so we can head to the closing of the conference. Thank you, speakers. It was a real pleasure to do this session. Actually, now I started my intro saying we didn't do a conference on digital twins, and after this session, you know, I'm quite happy with what we did, but maybe we should still do one somewhere in the near future, because it's such a great, you know, multi-sided topic. So thanks again. Yeah. Oh, Martin, I didn't see you in my interface. Please welcome. I did ask Leah to pull you in, but I hadn't seen you make it. So yes, great.
But just picking up on that, and apologies for jumping in, but it was your cue, Davor. So I do think what we are doing is creating the foundation for digital twins, simply. So, you know, OASC are creating minimal interoperability mechanisms. And if you can spell that and say that now, congratulations, that's the easy part. I think really if you put all the MIMs together, you have the foundations for interoperable digital twins. And just picking up on one thing you said, Bart, cities know where things are, who owns them, also so they can tax them. It's been like this for millennia. This is not a new thing. And we do see the competences in the GIS departments, surely. But there's also, this is why we have proposed, and I think even together, Bart, to work towards having a geospatial MIM. Because what is the minimal that every place on the planet would need? So that's one thing. The second thing is the learning we have from Helsinki, where the semantics actually provide 90% of the value from digital twins, and the physical part only 10%. So that's interesting. And what we're doing now, we're proposing another MIM on circular resource management. Now, why that? That's because if you want to chain digital twins, you could call it linked data management, the example from Vienna, but we call it circular because, of course, there's a lot of focus on that. What you actually need is then you need to have edge twins, not, you know, the powerhouses that sit in one place. Every place needs to be capturable by, you need to chain that. And then something really problematic happens. It's natural, but it's difficult to govern. These models are not authoritative. They are in conflict. And we are back to the point from United Nations. This is about territory. This is about power. This is about how we perceive the world. And there's great power in defining that. You have great power, BART and OGC. So I think we have to recognize that, yes, the principles might be, in fact, quite simple, but we are trying to find a way how to connect the world without it falling under its own weight. So this is why the minimal, it's there. And I think, like you also said, Ulrich, it's really creating the foundations for our societies now, chaining these things. So the regionalization can only happen with minimal interoperability. So just want to make the point that I think actually the entire conference is about digital twinning if you want to take that perspective. Thanks everybody for coming and joining, and I think the partnerships are happening for sure.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Martin. So, so give us a few minutes. We are now moving to the session. So thanks again, everybody, for coming. Thanks, Martin.
Great to be here.
See you on the other side, Martin, as well.
Yeah. Congratulations, Leah.
We have an owl. We have an owl.
Happy New Year, Martin.
So,
Happy New Year.
Yes. All right, guys, we're live. So this is the team in the backstage already. Guys, we are live and still addressing the conference, but good to see everybody. So happy.
Guys, I'm still alive.
Hey, okay. Dalibor, we are still alive. In the live conference still. Okay. All right. Good. We are still addressing the audience. Thank you. All right. So we'll do the informal stuff later. All right. So thanks, guys. The purpose of this session is just to conclude, I think, what was a stellar event. I haven't succeeded in compiling all the numbers in between, but it's thousands of people, multitudes, larger in terms of impact that we've ever had. So it's kind of a thanks to, of course, the medium, but it's also, of course, thanks to the work and so forth. I'll go into that in a second. So, but first, I'd like to thank, so I'll now say a few words and then Martin will officially close the conference. So I'd like to thank all the speakers from all around the world, literally this time, and we were there where you were in your time zone. So we not really there, but the program this year was, I think, truly unique. It was, without a doubt, the best one we've had, or at least of the ones I know. So I haven't been there with the illustrious beginnings a decade ago, but it's unique in compared to anything I know of. I'm not saying that because I'm the CEO, but it's unique in its variety, the quality. And also the authenticity, right? I think the willingness to contribute by people with such a profile on such a neutral setting, and trying to push the boundary out of the honest kind of motivation of just making the world a better place. So that's great, a great event. But actually, at OASC we don't do events, right? We're not an events organization. We have one event, right? And that's this one. And it brings us all together to build and to share stuff that works, so others can then learn, improve, and then build and share and so forth. So city by city, community by community, country by country, and also continent by continent, as we've seen. First or second, I think the team deserves the credit for pulling this off. So Leah, our projects and comms director, for everything, I think you're always the main kind of engine behind pulling off the success. How much fun was it, right, to do it? We've been on the road for a while doing this, and we pull it off time after time. We deliver the value, we get it done, and I think we succeeded in and exceeded it this time. So a big thank you. It's a bit weird without a real applause, but I'm imagining it from last year.
I'm smiling a lot under my mask now. So, and I'm really grateful for everyone who joined, who listened in, to all the speakers who contributed. It was really, I think, the most inclusive event also we ever had, with sessions from around the world, basically covering all our member cities, and that is what makes me happy the most, I would say. With that, I hand back to you, Avo.
It's a big smile under the
just show it quickly. Like...
Yes. And then John, our a very appropriate background, because I was really going to commend you, as John's our service designer, on helping us deliver big time in all the stuff we said we were going to do. We did under a very difficult circumstances, I think, in a historically difficult year. So John, thank you enormously for the work you've done. So you had, and in context, of course, so if you want to look at more of John's work, check out incontext.ie, I think it is. Steve, our partnerships manager, it's amazing, how you pull together all the incredible variety of cool SMEs, and you're kind of our go-to person also for our partners. You kind of make it work, deliver the value, and so forth. So I think that was great to see. Geert, our CTO, the backbone, when it comes to the hardcore tech stuff, and also the bridge into kind of those fora, well, next to Martin, but of course we don't have access to Martin like we do to Geert on an operational level. Andrea, our ops manager, thanks for keeping things on track within scope, and also for the excellent Slovenian apple strudel that arrived late last night. And then Federico and Evelyn, I don't know if they logged in for kind of a manning the stations, but last but not least, Kata, the perennial force, together with Leah for years and years. even from lockdown in Denmark, indispensable as always. Thank you so much for being there every time. We can't express it enough. This is normally the time where, you get the hugs and this and that, but hey, imagine them then. I'd like to also thank the board for the strong support we have had over the years to kind of get us to this point. Martin, of course, the driving the vision. And I think it's really cool to now see, things come to fruition and start to land, and what's an incubator of ideas. And I think we're getting there. So that's really good to see. Niels Walravens from IMEC, and actually also for your awesome support on many fronts. But also the rest of the IMEC team who have been involved in all kinds of aspects, especially in this event. I think somehow there was a big spotlight also on the Flanders region due to that. Then Seppo Hataja from Business Tampere, also for representing us, for a very long time already and always being in our corner. John from CPC, representing CPC. Again, very, very good and strong support. All very strong partners. I think it's a really kind of blessed position to have an organization or be part of an organization that has such awesome partners. And then, of course, we have a new one. They haven't really, kind of done it yet, but I'm sure next year I'll be really thanking Fraunhofer for the valuable work they're doing, and kind of in the style and the culture that we do is, focus on the stuff we deliver and what we can do for the broader community. The strategic partners, most notably our friends, supporters, and colleagues at the European Commission, the UN, the World Economic Forum. It's always an honor, a pleasure to work with you on kind of advancing all of this. I'd like to also especially thank our longtime friends at FIWARE for being one of the first, to kind of compagnon de route, as you would say in French. So to deliver or start delivering on the vision, I think it's really good to see where this is all going. And then, but also, of course, all the other strategic partners, we didn't really have the opportunity to mention them. I'm talking about our new one, My Data Global, Smart City, SCI, Japan, BDVA, European Network of Living Labs, Eurocities, IoT, a whole host of organizations that we work with, in that style, to help achieve this kind of vision where, we connect and deliver the value globally. And I'd like to also especially thank our sister networks who contributed to the festival, to this edition, ICLE, the Global Covenant of Mayors, and also Open North. And then also, the other kind of representatives from those in other sessions. That was a caveat just in case I forgot someone. So that then includes you. So we've also launched the Enterprise Partnership Program. So we have a host of companies, big companies, good companies who are working with us: AWS, Vastu, Atos, Deloitte, NEC, and well, actually all the companies who have worked with us for all these years, because as you know, we're quite an implementation-driven organization. So we've always, liked to work with companies with the right mindset of, helping and not, doing the right thing. It's our societies, right, that we're trying to transform here. Finally, I'll insert that first before it starts to get a bit long. The people, who are here are kind of doing the event. So the team from PRG, and actually, you guys always do a good job in the egg, and you pull it to digital. And again, it was awesome. So if you have PRG in your corner, the event's going to happen. It's going to be good. So it was a big stress relief actually to have the setup. I've shared some of the cabling and all that stuff on LinkedIn. I'm so happy we didn't have to do that kind of stuff ourselves. I'd also actually like to thank the DJ. I don't know who caught maybe the DJ set last night. Well, night in Europe, day or evening in other places. So Kenny Van Dalen, who at very short notice said, "Sure, I'll do it." Guys, and played a really good set. It goes by the name of Enkidu. But most importantly, I think in terms of the event support, our profits, which is the design and branding agencies we've worked with for the last 8 months or so, delivering not just the brand and the festival, but a lot of the services. They've been a really great partner who deliver almost instantly the right thing. So it's been a real pleasure to work with them. So, all of these people helped us kind of seize the opportunities that are always brought on by change, however cataclysmic it sometimes may be. This one has been, this festival has been a success, looking at the numbers and the impact and the interactions and all that stuff beyond what we had ever imagined at our virtual drawing table during the first lockdown, thinking about, okay, what do we do with physical events? We deconstructed, we rebuilt, and tried to keep the DNA of OASC at the middle. It's been great. It's been a very big success. It's thousands of people. I can already share that, but Martin will be providing a follow-up thank you with some of the highlights in terms of numbers and so forth. All those people watching, sharing, talking, speaking, who knows, maybe some were even dancing in the wee hours of the night. As the world kind of gets out of this whole ordeal in this year that we kind of mark as an event that we're going into, we are ready, right, to scale the message, the mechanisms, and also the catalyst for a more agile, open, fair, and sustainable world. And the catalysts, those are our members. So I'd really especially like to thank our members. It's you, who see it, who do it, and then can deliver and will get the value out of it. So that's what we try to do, is bring you that value. We share that belief. But of course also the broader community. I think what we've done with the way, and that's largely Martin's work, bringing together the right kind of people around this great core group of people, and it has just expanded from there, and it's an actual a real pleasure of an environment to kind of work in. So thanks, Martin, for kind of realizing that. And I'd like to leave on that note. If we're here, it's thanks to the relentless support of all the thinkers and the doers, the visionaries, the change makers of this global movement. So stay involved, get in touch, make a dent with the catalog, the academy, the festival. We're ready to rock, and we know you are too. Rubber to the road, boots on the ground, onward, upward to the next chapters. 2021, we have liftoff. Thank you, Martin. Floor is all yours. I'm out. Actually, we will be opening a Zoom. We will be sharing that somewhere in the channel if people want to kind of just get together and see. That will be the Zoom. But as far as I go, thanks everybody for joining. It was awesome.
Bravo.
Thanks, bravo. Thanks, Dava. So you have made it very easy for me, because I think I only have 3 people to thank. And it also shows the amount of work sits on which shoulders. So first of all, of course, I would like to thank our representatives from the council. So Brigitte Lutz, who sits on the board, and also Taya from Tampere. Brigitte is from Vienna. And Franz Jorne, the coordinator of the council. So it's really good to see also, as they say, communities dominate brands. I mean, without a community, a brand is nothing. So thank you also, guys, for being, those who engage the communities. Also, we have seen this actively here in the sessions. And then, of course, I'd like to thank you a lot, Davor. As I said, it's very simple for me, because I mean, you and the team make it happen. But from my perspective, it's so easy, in fact. So with that, let's give a big round of applause also to these people. One thing I would like to emphasize, and that's much of the work that happens actually, which is not seen. There's a lot of people who are working on all the details. And here, I don't mean, not just you, John, and others working on the products, but there's a lot of hidden work that we, in a way, capitalize on behalf of the community. I mean, a lot of technical work that's happening. So what I really see is the difference between last year. Now we do have guides. We have guides from all kinds of places, and they're coming together. But there's a lot of people who are not even, you know, visible in the program, and you know, who have actually put lots and lots of work in here. I mean, we can mention names. I'm not even sure I want to do it out of, I'm afraid not to mention enough. But there's a lot of technical people who are feeding things in so that Gert and others can do things here, but certainly also can do things out in the communities. So, for instance, the Technical Council is a you know, maturing forum, which is actually essential. And I think one of the communities that we need to be better at embracing, because it seems like we are still struggling how to do this well. So just a big shout out to all those who have worked their butts off to make, you know, things actually meet. So the incognito, unknown, boots on the ground, if you will, Davor. I think the work of a lot of these people is really visible. Yes, we do have guides, we have partnerships. I mean, you mentioned the strong and key, especially the new ones, Davor. So this is what we live off. We are connecting communities and creating a much larger ecosystem. And then I think that the real difference is now things are there. We have services. We had heard Ben Cerveny talking about the unboxing. We have things to unbox. John, I mean, we have a catalog where we can actually point to. We have an academy where we can say, well, you know, somebody actually already went through that stuff. Here, it's free. So I think we're getting there with guides and partnerships and the services that are actually there. Then I think we are still, you know, having a lot of work ahead of us with specifications, even understanding what is the minimal specifications that we need, lots of work. And then this word, standards, being mentioned all the time. Man, there's a long way to go there before we have truly global standards in the sense that stuff that works and is trustworthy and all of that. Slowly but surely. I think we have learned now, I mean, we are in some cases the old ones. I mean, not just me personally, of course, but as a movement, we have some years now in our legs. And I think that's also something we need to take with us, even if the virus situation and the geopolitical situation has taught us things change very quickly. Well, cities and communities actually change very slowly. So how we balance this is what we need to find out. And then, of course, Davor also reflecting, you were very quick when you took the decision and you proposed that we should say, this is a virtual event very early after the virus situation happened last year. So now we need to take a very difficult couple of decisions because we want the good things about what the virtual can bring, but we still need the physical stuff. We need to forge these strong connections between people and between communities. So we are, and this is a promise, I think, we are working on how to optimize, and I think we all learned a lot. So that's all I'm going to say. One point is that if you noticed, and this is very much on the suggestion from the team and from Lea, we detached this year the General Assembly from the community gathering. So now we've had the festival, and then in April we will have the General Assembly. So the things that have been discussed here can now be proposed in good order and discussed. So a big invitation already now, we will repeat it, to join, to become members if you are not. And if you are thinking about joining the General Assembly and discussing, you know, what is the governance structure behind these things that we are building, this infrastructure of minimal interoperability, then do think about joining us in April and at other occasions. So that's it. And by there, I declare the bazaar for closed. And can we say the bar for open? But unfortunately, it's a digital twin and you have to bring your own bar. But see you around. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.